Go ahead and call the meeting to order. We can go ahead and quickly go through a roll call. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce our city council members first. So to my far left is Councilmember Catherine Carlton. To my immediate left is Mayor Pro Tem Cecilia Taylor. To my right is Councilmember Betsy Nash, and to her right is Councilmember Drew Combs. Then down off the dais, we have our city attorney, Bill McClure. Next to him, we have our assistant city manager, Nick Pagueros. And then for anyone who wants to speak this evening, and it's very important, if you could go ahead and please fill out a comment card and provide them to our city clerk, Judy Herron, who's located down to the right off the dais. If you could all please stand and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, so our first agenda item tonight is item D1. It's a presentation by Youth Plan, Learn, and Act Now, Y-Plan, and it's a housing study presentation. And I heard this presentation before at the Boys and Girls Club in East Palo Alto. It's a wonderful presentation of work committed by this team of youth. And upon hearing it, I thought it was important enough to bring them here to share their work with our city council. So at this time, I'd like to go ahead and invite Mia Palacios up to go ahead and start the presentation.
Hello, my name is Mia and I am a sophomore at Sequoia High School. Before we start our presentation, I want to thank you, Mayor Mueller, for having us here. It was an honor to have you at our presentation back in November at the Boys and Girls Club. Thank you for inviting us back to share our stories, and we are here to represent the people of our communities. Before we start, I would like to read a poem that one of my peers wrote. Where I'm from, as a child, I loved playing cards, even though I always lost. This is why my mom told my sister and I to behave when we played. As a child, my mom made tamales, empanadas, and enchiladas. She makes great food. This is why I love her food. As a child, I learned that I had to work hard if I wanted to have a good future. At first, I thought it was torture. Now I thank my parents for pushing me to work hard. If not, I would be broke. I come from a Mexican family. I come from a loving family. I come from a diverse school. I come from a family that likes to party. I am a student. I am a worker. This is me.
Hi, I'm Ashley and I'm a sophomore at Sequoia. And last fall, we all did an internship called the Y-Plan internship, and in which we learned a 5-step process. And during this 5-step process, we basically researched our neighborhoods, the communities, and we did walkthroughs. We interviewed people, and we looked at the strengths and weaknesses that each community had and why they had them, and we tried to find possible ways in which we could fix these with the overall question, which was how can we solve the housing crisis in these communities. And now I will pass the microphone off to Yvette.
Hi, I'm Yvette. I'm a junior at Woodside High School, and as Ashley mentioned, while we were doing the walkthroughs of the neighborhood, we did one in Menlo Park and also in North Fair Oaks. And as a strength that we noticed in North Fair Oaks was that it's really community-oriented, but we noticed that that's a weakness that Menlo Park had. And because of that, we felt that since it's not community, like there's no strong community, we felt that because there's no strong community, no one knows each other, and that's what also causes a lot of gentrification because everyone stays in their own parts and they don't try to converse between each other. And we felt that there was also no sense of a good place where kids could also go for an education because there's no really a lot of schools in Menlo Park, especially in the Bellhaven side of the park. And because of that, going off of my personal experience, I live where I live, we I've noticed that a lot of people that have been moving in, it's a lot of people that come from like the tech industry, and like because a lot of the people I know, they can't afford like a rent that's $2,000 for just one bedroom, and because of that, I know a lot of my friends have been moving out. Like, and my friend that lives in Menlo Park, she said that she might be moving to Oregon because the rent was too high where she was living, that her parents couldn't afford it anymore. And that's a lot of like that causes a big pressure on gentrification because people feel the need to even move out of California, not just out of the Bay Area, but out of California because of how high the rent is going because of all the big industries that are coming in, and like the big like how high the rents have also been going too. I'd be passing on the mic to Natalie also.
Okay, hi, my name is Natalie Manzanero, and I'm from Sequoia High School. So what I'm going to be talking about is my personal experience living in this area. So I lived here for my whole life. My parents have lived here for 20 years, so this is all I've known. And we had to live in our home with 6 of our own immediate family. And we had to end up renting at least 3 other rooms for 3 other families living in our home. That ended up with 15 people living, more than 15 people living in our home. And that was really hard because we had to share the same bathroom and share the same kitchen, and that just wasn't sanitary. And we had to do that to help out my parents with helping raise 4 children in this area, which is very expensive. And my parents also had to end up working multiple jobs, which didn't let me see them that often. And that was also really painful to see when you're a child growing up and you can't see your parents as often as you wanted to. And then we had to end up moving to Sacramento, or we didn't end up moving to Sacramento. We had to move out of our home for different reasons. And we were looking for homes, and there was none in this area that we could afford and that was big enough for our family. So we had to look at other areas like Sacramento, which would be very hard for us to move there because if we were to come back here and my parents were to come back here for work, they would have to quit their jobs, and that would just be very financially unstable for all of us. And also, I wanted to continue going in like the same school I had been going to because I don't want to like lose my friends and my connections here. So we just didn't end up moving to Sacramento, but we had to move to another area which is like very small here, or like another home that's like mobile homes that were small here, and we had to split up our family. And now that we did split up our family in one of our mobile homes, we had to rent out another room. So when we thought that we were able to find like a place that we would be comfortable in, we still had to get rid of our own needs to help the needs of like the people all living in that home, you know? That's my story.
Personally, my family has been living here for around 18 years in the same apartments, and our rent has been going up around $100 every year. And every year my dad, our family is considering moving because the rent is going up too high, so we're either going to move to Fremont or San Jose or somewhere. And but we eventually don't end up moving because my dad gets side jobs, and every year he gets another side job. And this is not just in my community, it's in all these 3 communities. And I remember interviewing a lady who said that her family was also going to move within the next year because her family couldn't afford it. And that's the story for a lot of people here. And I know in my apartment there's around 7 or 8 people per apartment when it's only like a 1-bedroom, 1-bathroom apartment. But people rent out the apartments to other families so they can afford to live there.
So I personally live in low-income housing owned by the government. I have been living in low-income housing since I was 3, and I've been living in these apartments for 13 years. My mom applied to these low-income apartments before I was even born, and we moved in when I was 3. So this goes to show how long the application process is. There is many benefits to having low-income housing. Like there's amenities on the properties, like a laundromat or a park, and there's also the manager's office, and he also lives in the apartment building, so you're able to meet with him and discuss issues and get to know him more personally. There's also some negatives, like the 30% of the income, the rent is 30% of the income that the person makes in the household, but this is not always held accountable for. For example, for a couple of months, my mom had to pay more rent, and this totaled up to over $7,000. So this is a negative because nobody is holding them accountable for keeping their word for only taking 30% of the income. There's also negatives of very strict rules, like having to pay extra rent for having pets. I remember I used to have a dog, and the apartment building actually called the shelter to come take my dog. There's also very strict rules on visiting times. My grandma used to come visit a lot, and sometimes she would have to leave because the manager would say that she's been visiting for too long, and that if you want to have more visitors for a longer amount of time, you also need to pay more rent. Last year, my best friend had to move to Sacramento. We actually don't talk no more, so this goes to show how
You got it. You're okay. Just take a breath.
this goes to show how gentrification breaks up relationships between family members and friends. In one of the interviews I held, a 21-year-old renter stated that, "I only work to pay my rent, and we have to pay for utilities that owners usually pay for." This shows how young people in the community have to work only enough to pay their rent and don't get to live their own lives. This also shows how landlords take advantage of the demand for the housing and make people pay extra, like for utilities like trash services or the electric bill and water bill, when you usually pay that only when you're a household owner. Now I will pass it on to Natalie.
So some strategies that we came up with to try to help this issue of gentrification would be having ADUs, which is affordable housing units that could be in the back of people's houses, to like help them afford living here and help them pay for rent so they don't have to rent out to multiple families and they can live comfortably here in the place that they've always grown up in. And that can also help because a lot of people have been moving here because it's Silicon Valley. A lot of people come here for opportunities. But those people that have been coming here have been taking homes from us, like that we have bigger families like mine, and we're not able to find homes here. So we want to give them the opportunity to still come here, like still get the jobs and like the education they want, but to be able to live in a home that is just enough for them and they don't have to take any extra homes that could come back to the community.
Also, other than the ADUs, we came down to other strategies that are using large corporations to help us build the housing, such as Facebook and Google. Because from what I've noticed from going out, that I've seen like how Facebook tends to have like buses of their workers and like how they're able to transport them to their companies. And I've also heard that Facebook and Google, like, I don't know if it's true, but I've heard that they do provide housing for their workers. And I feel like if they're able to do that for their workers, they are a big cause, but they are a big cause to the gentrification that's happening in our community. And I feel like because of that, I feel like they should also be able to give back to our communities and like give us housing or help us find housing, not just give it to us, but help us find it. And also, other than that, mixed income units and like mixing the high income and low income people, because we say that we have gentrification, and like maybe a way to fix that also is if we were to mix the high income and low income people and like become more diverse between each other, so that we can take off the perspective we have of each other and like change it and like unite us more and become a unit community that we want and need. And I feel like that would also be a good opportunity for us to become more diverse and probably lessen the gentrification that's happening in between us.
Another way that we thought that gentrification could be avoided is through rent control. And we think this is really important because if the rent wasn't going up every year, or if there was actually less rent going up every year, people would be able to maybe pay their rent more, and they wouldn't have to live with a lot of families together in a small apartment. Maybe they could afford more apartments. And overall, people would be able to have money to live in a steady neighborhood. And other than that, we thought that the preservation of the current affordable units was a really big important thing that we should do, because a lot of the old buildings, which are like usually the cheaper buildings, are getting destroyed and renovated, and those are typically the ones that are getting more expensive because they're newer and nicer. And we think that the old units should be preserved, so for people that can't afford it, they could continue living there without having to pay that much and not have to move.
Another solution is having more low-income housing, like government housing, but with more opportunities of having mixed-type households with multifamilies and with roommates, because even though it's low-income housing, the rent is still high, and having a roommate or other families living with you can help you be able to pay rent. But with also more open requirements and flexible agreements, like allowing for pets, and having more amenities like daycare services when parents need to go work. The final solution is establishing a program like Habitat for Humanity, where the homeless get to build their own homes and learn how to maintain and manage it.
The final statement I want to bring up is how important it is to keep this connection between our youth of the community, because we're going to be the next generation to come and live here. So we want to have somewhere that is made for us that we can like truly thrive in. Thank you.
I just want to thank them. Thank you guys so much. I know that I read once that public speaking is one of the most feared things, second only to spiders. So thank you very much for being so brave and so thoughtful and coming and speaking to us.
Come back up, guys. Give you guys another round of applause, please. So, I just wanted to thank you guys for coming, and I know some of the members of your group couldn't be here, but the first time that I heard you guys, I was moved by it, and I want to commend you, number one, on doing the work, but number two, I just wanted to convey to you guys how important it is. You guys have found your voice, And tonight, you used your voice in front of us to advocate so that we can go ahead and draw upon that when we're making decisions. That's why I wanted my council to hear it. What I really want to strongly encourage you guys to do is continue to use that voice, even in non-structured environments like Y-Plan. Come and talk to decision makers like us and keep pushing us, and then become decision makers and go ahead and keep pushing. Okay? It's really important. You guys did a tremendous job. You're tremendous leaders in your community, and I wanted to honor you guys tonight with commendations. So I have one for Yvette. There you go. So, yeah. One for Ashley. There you go, Ashley. Great job. One for Mia. I have one for Amanda. She's not here. Deborah. Natalie, yours is down here. Yeah, Natalie's is down here. It somehow got mixed in. Here you go. And I have the rest for your team that we can go ahead and give them later. So I'll go ahead and give that here. But if you guys would like to take a picture with us too, would that be all right? You guys want to go ahead and come back? So we're going to go ahead now, and we have that our regular session does not start until 7 p.m. And so we are going to adjourn till 7 p.m. We have, excuse me. Oh, the study session is on the calendar. That's good. I was worried the study session was scheduled at 7, but it's not. So great, we can go ahead and start with the study session. Yeah, you thought so too? Yeah. So initiate Connect Menlo study session. At this time, I'm going to go ahead and introduce our Assistant Community Development Director, Deanna Chow, who will make the presentation.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Mueller and members of the City Council. I'm Deanna Chow, the Assistant Community Development Director, and here with me this evening is Lee Prince, our Assistant City Attorney. Tonight, we'll be presenting on the 2-year review of the general plan update. The agenda for this evening will be discussing the purpose of the study session, provide an overview of Connect Menlo, describe what has happened since the adoption of the general plan, and then what are the next steps. So the purpose of the study session is to initiate the general plan review. And this was a requirement or a program that was identified in the general plan land use element. So this evening, we're looking for public input from the City Council on how effective the general plan vision has been, and seeking council consensus on any future work plan items related to the general plan. As a study session, there will be no formal action this evening. So an overview of Connect Menlo. So the general plan is the blueprint, or it's a policy document. It's the blueprint for future development here in the city. The general plan process, or commonly referred to as Connect Menlo, was commenced in 2014 and was a 2-year process that involved a robust community outreach process. So there was over 60 public meetings through various commissions, councils, the General Plan Advisory Committee, as well as various community workshops. The General Plan Advisory Committee was a 13-member body with City Council, members of the Commission, as well as different stakeholders from the residential and business community. There were 5 main components of the general plan process, starting off with the creation of the guiding principles, which was the vision for how the community should be. Then the creation of the land use and circulation elements, which built off of the guiding principles and created the goals and principles and programs of the general plan. And then there was a companion piece, which was what we've referred to at the time, the M2 zoning update, and the M2 refers to the prior zoning district. And so the Bayfront area zoning created 3 new zoning districts, the O office, LS life science, and RMU, which is the residential mixed use, and that implemented the land use changes that were identified in the general plan. There was an environmental impact report that was prepared that described the potential environmental impacts that could result from the increased development potential, and so that looked at things like traffic, biological resources, air quality. And then there was also a fiscal impact study that looked at the revenues and expenditures that could occur on a city basis as a result of the general plan update. So the guiding principles are 9 broad statements. They're here before you this evening. They talk everything from sustainability to citywide equity to corporate contribution, and these established the principles and the guiding and the goals and policies of the general plan. The general plan is a citywide policy document. It governs all land use here in the city. The focus of Connect Menlo and what we're asking for the City Council to focus on this evening is the area, which is the Bayfront area, which is the area that's shaded in gray at the northern end of the city. This was the area, the focus area of change as part of Connect Menlo. Here's the zoning map that was adopted concurrently with the general plan update. Here shows the representation of the 3 different zoning districts that was adopted. So the O, LS, and RMU. And this table, which is also in the staff report, summarizes the development potential that was adopted as part of Connect Menlo. So the left column refers to the remaining development potential that was part of the prior general plan in 1994, the net new development that was part of the land use changes in the Bayfront area, and then the combined total is in the far right column. So citywide, approximately 4 million square feet of non-residential land uses, approximately 5,300 housing units, and 400 hotel rooms. And overall, the project benefits, it was an opportunity to create economic vitality, to create a sense of a live, work, play environment, and to establish green and sustainable building regulations and complete streets. And it was identified as an environmentally superior alternative, the general plan, and without the general plan and the additional land use regulations that were adopted, we would not have some of the standards that have been adopted today, such as addressing sea level rise, adding transportation demand management as part of any new project. And so those considerations were factored into the environmental superior to the previous general plan, which would not have the same level of development standards. So what has been happening since 2016? So staff has been working hard on a couple of main areas that have been of key interest. So the green and sustainable building regulations. The council last year adopted citywide electric vehicle charging requirements. And so as part of Connect Menlo, we adopted those specific to Bayfront, but given its success, looked to adopt citywide. So that was adopted last fall. We've also adopted water budgets for conservation in new projects. We looked at zero waste guidelines for new projects, and then the city also created its own LEED performance program, which is an option for new projects instead of doing the LEED through the U.S. Green Building Council. The other piece that we've been working with is on community amenities, and this was a creation of the appraisal instructions. So in order to determine what the value and the potential contribution would be as part of increased development, we created a set of appraisal instructions which would set the standard and consistency for applications to comply with. So here is a development map of the Bayfront area. The items that are shaded represent 11 different projects that have submitted at various stages. So green represents approved projects, blue are pending projects, and those that are pink have gone or are scheduled for a study session. And these are various projects from hotels to residential to mixed use to all non-residential. And that is summarized here in terms of what are the numbers. So the left-hand column is the maximum allowed development potential in the Bayfront area, and then what you saw on the previous map represents approximately 2,000 housing units, about 457 hotel units, and then about 2 million square feet of office. And then the column on the right represents the remaining development potential from what was adopted in Connect Menlo. So topics for consideration this evening. In the council staff report this evening, there are a number of questions that have been posed for council's consideration and feedback. So the topics of community amenities was a big part of the conversation. So in exchange for increased development potential, an applicant would be required to provide community amenities. There was a community amenities list that was created out of the Connect Menlo process, and it was adopted by resolution. And one of the questions for the council is, should the amenities list be revisited? Also, there was a conversation about how the amenities should be provided. So one option is, could there be an impact fee created? And currently we do not have an impact fee established, and is that something that the council would like to direct staff to further explore? And the other option is to actually build it as part of the project, which was the community's preference at the time of Connect Menlo adoption. This second large topic area is development caps, and should they be modified? So in looking at the various land use categories, residential, non-residential, and hotels, is that mix of square footage and units and rooms still the right mix? As shown on the previous table, the hotels with the projects that we have on file could exceed the 400 units, 400 rooms that were previously studied. Is there an interest in looking to increase the hotel room cap? And then finally, jobs, housing balance. This has been a conversation that the council has been interested in, and what sort of information to help would you like, or what sort of reporting mechanism would be helpful for the council? So feedback on that would be valuable for staff in preparing information. So what's next? So again, this evening we're looking for members of the public and council to provide feedback and on the topics and request any further additional information. Staff would then conduct the additional review of those topics, and then bring them back for a second city council meeting on those topics. And then depending upon the changes, staff would potentially engage a consultant to assist with the work. For example, if the work needed additional environmental review, we may need to consult with an environmental firm to prepare an environmental impact report, just as an example. So that concludes my presentation. We're happy to answer any questions, and I'll leave here for you just the topics for consideration. Thank you.
All right, so this time we're going to go ahead and take any clarifying questions before public comment from anyone. Nope. Okay, so at this time we're going to go ahead and open up public comment. Our first speaker of the evening is Ms. Pamela Jones.
Pamela Jones, longtime resident of the Bellhaven neighborhood. Council members and staff, thank you for bringing this topic forward as quickly as you have. When I look at the guiding principles as an educator, I have to give a big fat F. I don't think at this point we've met any one of them. I do have a clarifying question, and that is, I was looking at all the complexities and nuances of determining what a bonus level is and what's subject to community amenities and what's not, and none of that was adequately explained to the community during this entire process. So as I'm watching all of the Facebook Bohannon development going on around me, and I'm wondering why we don't have any amenities, I had no idea that was not part of this new project because that was never made clear. I also recently found out that in October that an agreement was made with the Goodwin Consulting Group, and its purpose is to develop a Bayfront Communities Facilities District. And this may allow the city to put money into a different type of fund. So I'm wondering, what does that have to do with M2, since it's Bayfront? And so then I think of what monies could have possibly gone into the Belhaven Immunities Fund will be going citywide. And it was just because I don't have the information. At this point, I think we really just need to stop right where we are and reassess things. We're talking about a lot of new family homes, but we haven't said anything about education. Where are those kids going to go to school? Where are they going to be able to play? We haven't done anything about transportation. How can we continue development and we don't have a master plan implemented so we can see how it's going to work with the people that's here? And it's not just the Belhaven neighborhood, but it's District 2 that's also being deeply impacted. I'm glad to see defining the Belhaven's amenities funds is a part of what's being asked, because that's unclear. And we would also need to visit the parking lot that PlaceWorks created at all of these developments, because frequently I saw what residents were saying put over in the parking lot, while the developers were putting their dots on all the things that would work for them. So I'm not sure that the process really was as transparent as we'd like to think it was. At any rate, let's really look at what we're trying to do, and let's consider what we're trying to do, what we're doing to the people that are most deeply affected. And now is the time that we need to really start listening to what people are saying that have to live in a neighborhood that we can't get in and out of because of traffic, and we've had that same complaint for decades. Same complaint for decades. So let's fix the problems before we create more. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is Rachel Bickerstaff.
Good evening, Council. My name is Rachel Bickerstaff, 27-year resident of Menlo Park in the neighborhood of Belhaven. I sent in a letter today, and I will read my letter so that it's on the record. It was titled, Menlo Park, We Have a Problem in District 1. What has Connect Menlo done for District 1? I will start with the positive. The new buildings surrounding our area are beautiful. The negative, we still don't feel connected. Connect Menlo has only connected us to more cut-through traffic, a death trap of the 101 road, 101 Willow Road on and off ramp, and more proposed rental housing than a district can withstand. The amount of rental units proposed for District 1 compared to the rest of Menlo Park is outrageous. We have seen the work and live, but have yet to see the play component. How can work, live, play be accomplished in an area that doesn't have access to the basics of a grocery store, banking, retail, public transportation, high-quality educational system, and high-quality state-of-the-art library? Enough is enough of not in my backyard. It is appalling to see the disparity of this city regarding the Belhaven neighborhood. When will you take the blinders off and see what is truly happening and be a part of the change that's needed? In your review of Connect Menlo, review the amount of rental units of housing being proposed in District 1 by any one developer. We are willing to share with the rest of Menlo Park. There needs to be a much lower unit cap of what can be built on an acre of land. Amenities are to come along with any proposed development. We can't continue to wait for amenities if they decide to build in the bonus. The Belhaven Amenities Fund should be established and funds deposited from what has already been built in District 1, regardless if it was developed, if the development came just before or after Connect Menlo. The City of Menlo Park must be more transparent when working with these developers and consultants. The City Council should be more hands-on from the beginning to the end of any project coming to this city. We appreciate all that staff does for the City of Menlo Park, but it's time for the City Council to take back control of how this city is run and do the job we elected them to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is Cheryl Bims.
Thank you, Council. I submitted my letter earlier, but I'll quickly read most of it. And I want to give you an analogy, and for the purposes of this analogy, development in District 1 of Menlo Park is like the new Boeing 737 MAX in March of 2019. In other words, development must be grounded while stakeholders, experts, and independent third parties evaluate and fix what is not working properly. The analogy is not meant to minimize the tragic loss of life that has recently occurred. Instead, it's meant to demonstrate what can happen when clear indicators are ignored and or not addressed in a timely manner. We will also work with under the assumption that people matter more than profits. All participants are held accountable, and we want everyone to arrive at the final destination safely. The fact that the city is hosting a study session tonight may be a sign that we will take the necessary actions to ensure the safety of everyone moving forward. When problems are not handled properly, the collateral damage can be unbearable. Successful development in a city does not mean that some parties reap all the benefits while the others suffer all the impacts. The residents of District 1 have watched millions of square feet of development be constructed in the district and have yet to see the corresponding benefits from the development. Basic services that make a community livable still have not materialized. Unmitigated traffic has multiplied to untold levels, and the quality of life for residents has been sacrificed. Common improvements and maintenance that are standard fare in most cities of our size and financial capacity continue to evade our district. Our city, on the other hand, enjoys and celebrates the benefits of budget surpluses resulting from the development fees and increased tax revenues. It's probably safe to say that the developers are also pleased with the benefits that they are enjoying, whether in the form of increased profits and or asset values. Initially, Boeing maintained that the new planes were safe. However, as airlines and nations grounded the planes, investigations were opened, subpoenas were issued, market cap was lost, and orders for planes were canceled. Boeing was forced to address the situation and work toward a solution. The development process in Menlo Park needs attention immediately. What might it look like if Menlo Park is forced to halt all development indefinitely? How might such an action affect the developers and publicly traded companies that reside in the district? Is it possible that Menlo Park's budget surpluses could become budget deficits? In short, we really have to do something. It appears that the residents have been scammed, for lack of a better way of putting it. And I challenge all of you to go and see what's actually happening. You must see it during rush hour. You must go and try to find the services that don't exist there. And I challenge you to look at our streets and see how they look. It's just something has to be done. And we can take a pause. It's not going to stop the whole economy, and people must be held accountable. We need more transparency. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is Vicky Robledo.
Good evening. Thank you, Cheryl. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Rose. I'm trying to do the best I can to not be really angry, which I tend to always come in here angry. I have been attending these meetings for the last maybe 6 or 7 years. I have been through the visioning process. I have been here and pretty much pleaded with the council members to stop what they're doing in terms of selling us short at Belhaven. I mean, it is a point, and again, what Cheryl said, with the exception of Councilmember Taylor, you don't live in Belhaven, to the best of my knowledge. You don't see what the children go through. You don't see what the drive-through traffic is in the morning. You don't see that it takes me 20 minutes to go 1 block from Madera to Willow Road. You don't see that I can see all the cut-through coming on Hamilton every day because they want to cut across over to Newbridge so they don't have to be stuck at Willow. You don't see that we're losing the diversity of our communities, which is what this community is about. This is what California, the Bay Area, is about. It's as if you're selling us so short of what Belhaven is and what the communities of East Palo Alto as well are all about. I feel like what we said in our visioning process is not being heard. It fell on deaf ears, that no one is really addressing what we have requested for the last 5 years, which to really look at what is happening to Belhaven and all of Menlo Park and this congestion that we have. And I'm asking and pleading to stop adding more of what you're adding and bombarding us. All of Jefferson, all the streets there, it takes me 40 minutes to cut. I work off of Woodside Road, okay? What it takes me to get home, I have to choose Willow or Marsh. I don't have a choice. I sent last week Councilmember Taylor a picture of an ambulance stuck on Willow Road. That was supposed to be completed in December. The agitation and the violence that I see of people frustrated, stuck there, and we live there. And we already have been living with the main artery of Dumbarton. That's okay. But the continuation of adding more and more and more, you're killing us. And if that's what you want to do, you're succeeding. You're pushing us out, and this is our community. So I'm asking that we put a stop to this and really evaluate what we're doing to the community, not to mention our marshlands. I love the marshlands in the Bay. And we're killing everything there with the added cars, the pollution, the people. But more importantly, you're killing Belhaven. So I ask that you really think twice about what you're doing this time around. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is Adina Levin.
Good evening, council members. Adina Levin, resident of Menlo Park. I'm on the Complete Streets Commission, speaking for myself. And I have a few comments about the Connect Menlo update. The first is about the transportation improvements intended to alleviate the congestion in the area. And it is really fantastic to see the Dumbarton Rail project move forward with Facebook support and with our political leader support. Really thrilled to see that moving forward. The staff report said that it could potentially start construction as soon as 2022, but it might take longer. That it's expensive. There's a lot of permitting and complexity. And there are also some shorter term options that the Samtrans study had mentioned, includes improvements to bus service, improvements to carpooling that can give people options to not sit in traffic driving potentially sooner, and would love to hear more about what is coming forward there and when that might be able to be moving forward in the short term. Second point is about moving forward with the amenities that the community has been talking about in terms of, grocery store, drugstore, ATM machine, those kinds of basic services. And those also, both local services and also housing near jobs, those are congestion relief benefits in addition to really adding value to the community, because if you have a really short distance between your home and your grocery store, your home and your drugstore, or your home and your job, even if you're traveling slowly, you still are spending a lot less time traveling than if you're coming from the Central Valley or trying to get from Belhaven over to Safeway on the other side of town. So housing and services near jobs. When will those things be moving forward? And then lastly, in terms of the mix of uses, offices are way far ahead of housing and services. The office development started with Bohannon and Facebook even before Connect Menlo was approved. Would love to see what those numbers are and to really focus on the services and the housing. With the housing, we are so far behind that really pushes prices up and really is pressure for displacement. The lack of affordable housing and also the lack of housing for someone from Facebook who can outbid a current resident. So would really want to look at the mix and slow down the office so we can catch up with the services and the housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is Diane Bailey.
Hi. Good evening, Mayor Mueller and City Council. My name is Diane Bailey. I'm director of Menlo Spark, a local community group working towards a zero carbon and more sustainable future. And I actually wanted to thank you for doing this review because I think it's a hallmark of smart city planning and a really good opportunity that allows for course corrections with planning and any adjustments. And it sounds like you have a lot of interest in corrections and adjustments here tonight. I actually wanted to speak to you about clean energy reporting, and then if I have time, a little bit about transportation and housing. I've talked a lot before about the 100% renewable energy standards that are part of Connect Menlo. They're an excellent standard for other cities to follow and something we'd very much like to spread to the rest of the city and particularly be integrated in the downtown plan. As far as Connect Menlo, as the developments move forward, this is really a critical policy to help Menlo Park transition from fossil fuels and help us achieve our climate goals that are so important. And I'm here to ask you to provide some benchmarking and public reporting on how developments are meeting the 100% renewable energy standard. We now have widely available and very affordable clean electricity, 100% renewable. And we hope that all new developments will utilize this and avoid fossil fuels like natural gas. And we want to make sure that's the case going forward. And so I'm asking if staff and the city could help facilitate that by at least having transparent reporting on what developments are doing to meet the clean energy standard. On transportation and housing, strongly support the comments from Adina Levin and some of the other speakers here tonight about the urgency of really prioritizing transportation projects in Belhaven and the Bayfront. We know that we really need housing to kind of stem and avoid some of the displacement that we're seeing. But right now it's hard to imagine adding housing and especially more jobs in the area without much greater mobility choice and transportation projects to alleviate the current gridlock and also foreseeing new developments to alleviate future gridlock and provide future mobility choice. And a couple of short-term projects that spring to mind that really require attention are the smart signals that could really streamline traffic on the Bayfront and prevent neighborhood cut-through traffic. So expediting that project is a really easy one where Menlo Park should be working with MTC. And similarly with MTC, we really want to see but the projects that could allow buses on the shoulder of Bayfront expedited and prioritized. And it seems like it's been on the slow track and could help really alleviate some of the traffic along with increased and improved bus service. It's so important to show people that taking transit can save them time and be a good experience. But right now the buses are stuck in the traffic with everyone else. So I hope that in order to support more housing and alleviate the displacement and the shortage of housing, that we can really prioritize transportation projects first, especially in Belhaven where they're suffering the most from the traffic. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is Henry Riggs.
Good evening, council members. Henry Riggs, Lorelei Manor. Thank you very much for holding this hearing tonight. I know you had scheduled it as part of the original program, and I think there have been few times when it's more important to re-examine a previous major project. Many good speakers have preceded me. I will try to emphasize that those I speak to in my neighborhood, which is 2 miles from Willow Road, and those that I speak to throughout the community, and certainly those who have come to speak at the TMP meetings, all try to emphasize that traffic is the issue. This seems to be a classic case of the elephant in the room. We talk about many wonderful features, and we have the wonderful goals that are part of our efforts here in Connect Menlo. And yet the one that most rings true with the residents, and the one that indeed, as mentioned earlier, we have danced around for 5 years, well preceding the fall of 2016 when we enacted this Connect Menlo. It was already evident that we had projects in the pipeline that we could not serve with transportation, because it was evident that we had projects built and occupied that we could not serve with transportation, by which I mean alternatives to driving. We simply don't have it. There's been some progress made thanks to Facebook recently, but at this moment we still don't have an alternative that's actually programmed, let alone funded. The 9 principles are fine, but we need to address the elephant. And I'm afraid we won't get out of here alive if we keep on with the status quo for another year. We have certainly, I think, my opinion, we have overestimated the impact of planning for hundreds of units of housing when the demand by new workers is not in the thousands, it's in the tens of thousands. It's just a disconnect. I think we need to step forward and address the problem. So thank you for listening.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening, and I'm sorry, Rita, I hope I don't mispronounce your name, Rita Verrill? Verrill? Thank you.
Actually, it's Verrill. Good evening. So I'm a resident of Palo Alto, and I'm a founding member of Save Palo Alto's Groundwater. And I wanted to drop off some brochures and an invitation to come to a free event sponsored by Save Palo Alto's Groundwater and the City of Palo Alto, featuring Dr. Christina Hill of UC Berkeley. And the title will be Planning for Rising Waters, Sea Level, Groundwater, and the Bay Edge. Dr. Hill was mentioned in the 325 issue of Bay Nature, and I'll leave that with the clerk in case you would like to look at it. The topic of sea level rise and the concurrent groundwater rise is becoming incredibly important to the entire region. Most people don't realize that when sea level rise occurs, a concurrent rise in groundwater will also occur. Because of climate change, as our oceans are getting warmer, they are expanding. As our glaciers are melting, that water is coming into the ocean, and it's all going to affect our neighborhoods in this area. This event is free. It is co-sponsored by the Sierra Club, Loma Prieta chapter, as I said, the City of Palo Alto, Peninsula Interfaith Climate Action, the Tuolumne River Trust, Ferguson Garber Young Architects, Palo Alto Neighborhoods, and Palo Altos for Sensible Zoning. So again, this is on the 24th of April. Doors will open at 6:30. It will be held at the El Palo Alto Room in the Mitchell Park Community Center on Middlefield. And the presentation will be from 7 to 8:30 with questions answered. I invite all the listening public, as well as all of the people here and the city council members to join us at this free but very timely presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for the invitation. Our next speaker this evening is Karen Grove.
Good evening. I'm Karen Grove. I'm a member of the Housing Commission, but I'm speaking for myself on the Connect Menlo review. And I just want to emphasize the importance of phasing. We have built so many offices and people have said it all, but essential services, if there's any way for them to be first or next, I think that would alleviate a lot of the pain that we've heard. I want to echo Diane and Adina's encouragement to consider mobility and improved mobility, non-car mobility especially. And then after those things, maybe in parallel, but we do need more housing. We need more, especially affordable housing for the lower income workforce. Regarding the jobs housing balance and the question that staff posed, it's kind of besides the point that it's a regional problem because we are contributing to it or we're mitigating it. And that's what the data should reflect. It should reflect, are we increasing or decreasing the jobs housing imbalance? And it should reflect that at different affordability levels. Extremely low income, very low income, moderate, and market rate. And perhaps even the missing middle in between those. Let me collect my thoughts because there was something else that I didn't write down.
Want to take a moment?
Yeah, I do. The work, live, play, this is more of a question that maybe you can get clarity on in your discussion. The work, live, play design of the Connect Menlo area, focus area, to me it looks like there's sort of two regions. And my question is, are they supposed to be one, like the Jefferson Constitution, Haven Avenue apartments? There's a lot of market rate apartments there and a few BMR, but no services. And it doesn't look to me like there's any services planned for that area. Am I correct about that? If I am correct about that, then all the services seem to be planned for the Belhaven and Willow Village area. And if that's the case, and if that's the area of services, how are people going to get, without driving on the highway, from the Jefferson area to the Belhaven, Willow Village area? Maybe I'm incorrect and there's going to be two separate live, work, play neighborhoods, but that's a question. Right now you have to go all the way around the railroad tracks and there's one place you can cross. So thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is Angela Evans.
Hi. So I'll be brief because I think so many people, Karen, Pam, Rachel, so many people said, I think, things better than I will say them. So what I really just wanted to say is that I'd like to challenge you all to find a site, multiple sites, downtown to build more affordable housing. We know we keep asking for it and we keep coming back empty-handed, and people have been talking about it for many, many years. We are not the first to ask, and I just want to make sure we take this opportunity to remind you that we need sites identified in the housing element, in every plan. We need to keep going back and getting sites downtown near transit for affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is Jasmine Harris.
Hello. I have been a resident of this community for about 4 years now, so I have not been here as long as everyone else. And I will say that after taking over the mortgage for my brother, I've been coming to these meetings for quite some time now, and these same issues keep getting brought up. And I wanted to introduce myself also as someone who works within the tech industry, specifically with a nonprofit that works with Facebook, Google, Dropbox, all of these major companies, and I work with these social impact corporate citizenships folks within these companies, and I will tell you most directly that a lot of them are trying to do good work and trying to support the community through corporate efforts, but they get blocked at every level when it comes to tech. So a lot of us think big dreams when it comes to support from Facebook, but in actuality, that isn't going to happen. And I know that internally with the people and connections that I have. The other piece of that is, you know, we are thinking about building all of these housing and these initiatives without much foresight. We're not thinking about education, public parks, not thinking about traffic and transportation. I see that off of Chilco, it takes a lot of work for the community to come in and out. However, the guy holding the sign will let Facebook employees walk freely to and from, and that keeps us blocked, and it creates congestion. I say all that to say that I see you all here as having a responsibility to advocate for the community, and I hear the same conversations happening, and so I'm wondering what all you have actually done to push the thinking beyond just signing off on major housing and these initiatives that are masked as something that will help this community, but obviously, as we saw with the young women before, are being pushed out. And quite frankly, Menlo Park and East Palo Alto is really the last stand of diversity of anything non-homogeneous in the Bay Area. And I ask you all, like, there is a responsibility that we have to at least maintain some level of that culture and provide resources for this community. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Rachel Horst.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for doing this review of Connect Menlo. And I don't have that much to say. I just would like to support what people in the community, in particular from the Belhaven community, have come tonight to speak about. And I just encourage you to do more of that and find out what they have to say about what's happening on the ground there, on the streets there. And whether that's the traffic, whether that's the challenge of getting around the neighborhood, whether that's having access to a grocery store, whatever that is. And just in terms of the specifics, I will suggest to consider the timing of development, as I believe Karen also mentioned. When there's office space coming in, to be honest about the number of jobs that's going to bring in, the multiplier effect that we all know exists. And to have an honest accounting of what we're courting in terms of development, because these things don't just happen in a vacuum, and we have a pretty good sense of the impact that bringing in particularly office space is going to have, and we have the tools to balance that. I'd also like to just support the comments about the community amenities discussion, because I think this is really central. We need to find a way to realize those as they've already been articulated by the community, and it has been done in other jurisdictions. I know it can be done here. And I think, what we're looking to do in this particular area, it's placemaking, right? We're asking a lot of a community that didn't start out, geographically as a downtown. And when you're placemaking, I think you don't always have to take developments at face value. And the city can afford to be somewhat more prescriptive about what they're looking for. So just thinking about that from project to project. In particular, thinking about transportation, not just prioritizing, the traffic issue, but safety, walkability, alternative forms of transit, like a bus service, as Diane has mentioned, that is actually viable, that runs frequently enough, that goes to the right places. And finally, I'll just make another plug for data collection. What is happening already? What has happened already? What properties have changed hands? What's happening to land values in this specific area? What are the trends? Because when we know these things, we can actually respond to them. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any more cards, Ms. Herron? No. All right. Do we have anyone want to go ahead and go first? I'll let you guys collect your thoughts. I am going to share where I am just at the outset after hearing public comment. And frankly, where I am is, so tonight's a study session. Tonight we're taking community input. We're also asking our questions, trying to get things ready to go. I do want to point out to the community, because we see a lot of the same faces here over time. And so we see a lot of the same faces. And you may be noticing this year that we're taking on hard questions, hard issues, repeatedly, over and over again. We will do so all year long. I think you've seen our study sessions of what we're going to be doing. This council has signed up not to avoid hard issues, but keep doing it. And so I didn't remind folks, but I really would hope that we really strike a collaborative tone in how we interact with each other. Back when, and just a little bit of history on that, back when, so first of all, this council didn't pass the original Connect Menlo. Second of all, when it passed, that night I actually voted against Connect Menlo and had put an editorial in the newspaper saying we need an infrastructure plan. And there were members of the community who came and spoke against me that night and said Connect Menlo needed to move forward. And so we are still playing catch up on that infrastructure plan tonight. That's one of the reasons why we're doing the review as a city. It's because we want to collaborate with the community and do that. And I can tell you, I think you recently saw in the newspaper I was advocating for Dumbarton Rail as a congestion relief measure. I didn't know congestion relief was a real loaded word until this week. But my point is this, is that I really, and then tonight I'm a little confused too, because I'm hearing housing advocates say, well, they support community members saying no more housing. But what I don't understand is community members really don't want any more housing, or do they just want the amenities they were promised when Connect Menlo passed? Because at the time the housing was in the plan, but there was also the amenities attached to it. And so what I'm trying to do as a council member since the date that this passed, back in 2016, I've worked very hard, and I know my colleagues, their intention, I don't doubt their intention, was that we would catch up and figure out how to make it work. But the idea at the time was that there was support for it that was heard from the community as well. I personally didn't think that infrastructure plan was there and it would turn, and it's one of those moments on the dais that I'll say, based on what we're hearing now, we have to catch up that infrastructure plan and figure out the amenities. And hopefully that's what we will do during this process. But I don't think finger pointing at each other as we try to do that is going to be helpful. I think we really have to come together and figure out, can we make this work? And so I'm asking folks with this tone and tenor to please work with us. Because I do think our staff has the best intentions. I know this council does. And we're really willing to roll up our sleeves and try to make it work. And part of that, too, is just having the conversation in that manner. And no one, I believe, is thinking that it is working. It's not yet. But the question is, can we get it there? That's why this council signed up to do this study session at this time. And that goes all the way, when I say infrastructure, I'm not just talking about transportation. I mean, at the time, I wanted to talk about figuring out how to do education infrastructure. But I made the mistake of stepping into the education subject, which we're going to have a study session later this year that Ms. Taylor will lead us on. I don't know how we get there, but we have to be able to have like a very candid discussion about all of these things. So with that, that's just my little start to the discussion. And I'm not meaning to offend anyone. I just want to work with everybody on it collaboratively, and I think our staff very much wants to too. So first questions. No? All right. Mayor Pro Tem Taylor.
Thank you. And thank you everyone for coming and voicing your concerns about the Connect Menlo process. And honestly, that is when I got involved because I saw what was happening. So I was not a supporter of it. I spoke out, not necessarily against it, but I definitely voiced my concerns. There are a few things that were not included, I believe, and I believe the approach is where the concerns are from the community. And I believe that all development agreements in Menlo Park needed to include some basic things. 1, 25% first source hiring, employment. It needed to include housing, and it needed to include infrastructure. And the general plan does not specifically cover that and provide it, especially in the Bayfront area. Last night and this morning, as I'm preparing for this meeting, I learned about a new document because information is very important. You need to be educated on what's going on. And there was a document called the Economic Plan, which is where the Connect Menlo, I believe, was born. Those principles that I believe Deanna Ms. Chow brought up earlier says citywide equity. Menlo Park neighborhoods are protected from unreasonable development and unreasonable cut-through traffic, share the benefits and impacts of local growth, and enjoy equal access to quality services, education, public open space, housing that complements local job opportunities with affordability that limit displacement of current residents, and convenient daily shopping such as grocery stores and pharmacies. And so far, those are the guidelines, the guiding principles. And so far, that's not what the community is seeing. Connect Menlo was about upzoning our neighborhood, the Belhaven neighborhood, which is now District 1. And District 1 includes Anton Menlo, the Belhaven neighborhood, M2, which is the Bayfront area, and also Life Sciences, which is the O'Brien Street area. And because we see all of this development happening around us and we can't see that many changes in our neighborhood, the concerns are, where are the amenities? The amenities are a part of whatever we develop from today on. At least that's how it's written. And so none of the development that you see near our neighborhood, which is the Bohannon Gateway 101, it's also the project that's off of Bayfront and Marsh Road, none of that includes amenities, which is why we don't see any. And so I believe a part of the process with Connect Menlo that affected the community was that we had multiple EIRs floating around that we're supposed to read, digest, and then make public comment on. And surprisingly, a lot of us did, but a lot of those comments didn't make any changes. So I have a long list when it comes to Connect Menlo, and I just wanted to start off with that. So I'm willing to pass the mic, or I can continue.
Yeah, let's go ahead and go through, because what we're trying to do, we're not going to be able to, and so everyone knows it's a study session, we're not going to reach conclusions tonight on any of the issues raised. What we're doing is we're giving staff a heads up that when it does come back to us, they're going to need to be prepared to talk about those issues, and if we can frame it between now and then for a decision, all the better. But tonight is about giving staff the opportunity to get prepared and all of us to hear what each other is thinking about this process. So please, Mayor Pro Tem Taylor.
I'll start us off and then we can take turns.
Councilmember Carlton.
On page 4, staff recommended that we don't raise the environmental standards, that we clarify these. And I have a little issue with that. Page 4. Regardless of where it is, I would like to see us also make sure that we don't lose track of the highest lead standards that we can put forward. For some reason, as a group, we pulled off of that, and as long as we're revisiting this and revisiting things we agreed with or didn't agree with, I would like to see us require the highest standards possible, because we do have the mandate that we've set for ourselves to ensure that we're, as a city and as people within our city grow and move forward, are raising the bar on the impact on the environment. And why is it that staff said that they would have us not, because we have 11 proposed developments, it says, I think in the same paragraph, and there's an opportunity cost if we don't ask people to raise the bar, maybe more than they would do otherwise in terms of lead standards.
So thank you. So as part of Connect Menlo, we did establish in the 3 new Bayfront zoning districts a variety of green and sustainable building regulations. One of them which addresses lead requirements. So depending upon the size of your building or the type of your building, if it's residential or non-residential, there's a different lead requirement or lead equivalent. So that was the lead performance program, which is our sort of city-initiated program. So the staff was suggesting that we did set the bar pretty high as part of Connect Menlo, and it's an opportunity for us to actually implement as part of the 11 projects that are going through the standards that we have established to see what's working, to, before we start changing something, to see what is working, and then to come back to the council to say, maybe we need to make some tweaks here or there, but we do have a variety of standards. I think we were talking about renewable energy. We have our water, our recycled water requirements. We have our bird-friendly requirements, sea level rise requirements, and so all of those we're beginning to create the programs, and so wanted to establish some consistency before we started embarking on some additional changes.
I'll refine my question. As we see in any place where you have an undeveloped land, people go in and they build a lot initially because that's where the opportunity zone is. What do you mean by we'll see how it goes? Because once it's built, it's built. And I was just wondering, how are we determining it's working, it's not working? What's the criteria on that? Because my fear is that once it's done, it's done. I don't really understand the wait and see. That's my question. Wait and see what? And because once it's done.
So I guess to reframe, so it's more of if we need to make any implementation changes in how we roll it and how we are doing our program. So if there's different standards, we can look at standards. If it's how we're implementing it, that's sort of a different category. I think where we were focused on is how we're implementing the program. So, like for example, the lead performance program. So, if the applicant chooses to go through the U.S. Green Building Council for a LEED certification, that's a set standard. If the city wants to change our lead performance program, we haven't initiated any projects yet through that program, and so we're not sure if it's working through our review process, through our construction process, through our design review process. Is it causing creation frustration for the applicants to go through the process? Do we need to make any tweaks? And so it's really the feedback of our applicants to say, this is onerous or not onerous. But the standard itself, if there's a desire to change the standard, we can certainly look at that.
Okay, and just since it's a study session and we're giving feedback, I was surprised that they were talking about adding even more hotel rooms. I was glad to see that if they did, if council did that, it would be a full EIR, or would it be an amendment EIR if something like that went forward?
So there's two. So there's the EIR cap and a general plan cap, if you will. In this particular case, for hotel rooms, they are the same. So in the Connect Menlo Air Bayfront area, it was additional 400 rooms. So it would be an additional environmental clearance for new hotel rooms above what was studied in the EIR, and it would be a general plan amendment for anything above 400 hotel rooms. We would have to see if it was, on a case-by-case basis, if it was an environmental impact report, or it potentially could be done through a negative declaration or some other level of environmental review clearance. But it may be, if it's combined with other sets of changes, it may be studied holistically and through one environmental impact report. Okay. So one of the questions for the council to consider is whether each project should come in on a case-by-case basis to seek the additional change, or set a number for consideration, and that would be studied through one document.
Case by case or not, I have to share with you that I'm not enamored of allowing even more development right now. Just to let you know where my thought is right now. I'm a big fan of transit-oriented tax and bringing in the money that does support the goals and all the other things. However, I'm not eager at all to go running forward with even more development. That's just where I am right now, just to let you know. Diane Bailey talked about the dedicated bus lanes. We've talked about ways of dealing with congestion. That was Is that stalled? Is that just not? How, is there any way on some of those areas, are we waiting for the TMP process? I thought that was a legitimate question.
Good evening, council members. Nikki Nagaya, Assistant Public Works Director. In addition to the text in the staff report describing the ongoing work around the Dumbarton Rail Corridor, there's an additional project that a regional transportation agency, the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, is leading. They've referred to it as Dumbarton Forward, and that took some of the shorter-term improvements that the Samtrans Dumbarton Corridor study had identified a few years ago and moved that into kind of the next phase of design and environmental review. So we've been working with MTC to try and get an update on where exactly they are with that project. It's been about 6 months since we've heard a specific kind of timeline and next steps. So we're still waiting on that update right now, but we know that MTC had identified those shorter term improvements and had wanted to move them forward as quickly as possible. It was roughly a 5-year time frame, which would correspond to roughly kind of 2022, 2023 from when they started the process, so long as they're still on track.
Okay, I won't go down this road because I think very intelligently the mayor put that on later on our agenda, so we can talk about the TMP when we talk about the TMP. I'll only say in relation to the TMP as it applies here, when this came forward, I was really concerned about the impact on traffic, and I was told, oh, don't worry, we have the TMP that's going to come together and they'll outline all these things that are going to address this. And as I said, we'll go down that road when it's on our agenda, but a lot of this development was predicated, it was agreed upon on the promises of being able to directly address. And that's why we do EIRs. It's being able to outline how we can directly address things, mitigate things. And I was just going to throw that out there as a segue that I will pick up in however many hours it takes us to get to that. But I don't want us to get off track on what we're dealing with now. Along the same line, I don't even know how long. I think when I first ran for election in 2012, I was pounding on the fact that we needed pharmacies and essential services on both sides of 101. And that was something that was, I think Karen Grove was talking about, essential services prioritized. You know, please. Now, the problem, for everyone who doesn't know, I don't mean to state the obvious here, the problem is the city can't, we don't own the land, we can't build the pharmacy ourselves, or at least we're not in that business right now. What we can do is carrots and sticks to try and encourage the appropriate people to build a fantastic Safeway with a pharmacy and a place to get your glasses and all this. So then it lays back on us. What carrots, what sticks, what can we do? Because I'm frustrated that we've been talking about this for so long, and finally I see us moving forward with people building this stuff, and finally they say nice things, but I'm not seeing it built, and I'm not even seeing it in the plans. Can we get a little draconian and say, I'm sorry, we're not going to approve anything unless you build this now? What can we do? Because we've been polite, we've negotiated, we've gone through all these things, and it's not happening. It's just like the lead thing. Once it's built, it's built. So at what point do we get a little rough? At what point do we say, I'm sorry, no, stop, this will be done first? Or do we have the right to do that legally? I know McClure is always telling me that I have these great ideas about housing that we can't do. Tell me what we do to get this to happen, to get these amenities in. Because I think a lot of people, I think my frustration is not alone. What do we do? What can we do? Can we get a list of the carrots and sticks that we can consider as we put these forward? I mean, we have the amenity list. We know what we want. Or are you as frustrated as we are?
Certainly, so staff can explore what might be some of those carrots and sticks, but I think just part of the conversation for community amenities, I mean, it is, as Vice Mayor Taylor mentioned, community amenities is a result of the increased development. And so it is one as a result of another. And to put forward, and correct me, Lee, is that if I don't think you can put forward the community amenity before a project because you would presume that the project has been supported. And so...
Well, I was arguing for this stuff before we even built up this much. 2012, we hadn't done any of this stuff, and I was still arguing we needed this stuff. And I was told, well, we need more density of population to be able to convince Safeway or Kroger or whoever. Well, we've got the density of population coming. We've got all the things that I was told that we needed to have done to have these things started. If they're not in the plans, they're not going to be built. And so do we have... Mr. McClure, do we have the legal right to tell people, no, I'm sorry. Thank you, staff. I like the fact that we're not accepting cash anymore, that we want to see this stuff done because we have enough money in the bank. We actually need to see, rubber to the road. Do we have the right to say, I'm sorry, we're not going to do any more until these things are built?
Yes and no. I mean, the problem is that, for example, a grocery store, a pharmacy, other kind of essential services that we'd like to have in that part of the city along Willow Road, serving the Belhaven neighborhood. You have to have it has to be on land that somebody owns that is willing to invest in it and develop it. And so if they don't have if that landowner or property owner doesn't have a project, they're not going to build something without that project being approved at the same time as part of that project. Because if they build it and then the rest of their project is not approved, that is really going to fund what they're using to fund that project, it doesn't work. So we can't mandate that they build something on that property without there being a project on that property. And so let's say a Sobrato project that is in the Bohannon Industrial Park, saying they can't develop until some other property owner builds a market in a different location, there's a disconnect there. And so unless we adopted a moratorium that said we're not going to do any more development until certain things happen, that's still not necessarily going to get a market built. I mean, East Palo Alto has wanted a market built for, 30 years. It's been as long a period of time, and they've had plans, and they haven't been built.
Well, first I heard belly aching that, we want BMR housing, but we can't do BMR housing in a mixed-use development. Now that's fixed. If Sobrato wants to build an apartment building, the first floor of the apartment building can be a pharmacy, can be a essential use service that we need as the ground floor of that apartment building if he wants to build an apartment building. And if he doesn't, he can sit on the land. And I don't think anybody's going to boo-hoo over that. We have 11 pending projects, so we know we have people that want to build. They don't want to sit on it. That's an opportunity cost for the developer. They're paying taxes on that land whether they're getting money off of it after they build something or not. So there's a time value of money aspect in that. I don't believe that somebody just doesn't want to build. I realize we can't. That's where we get into the carrot and stick. We can't force them, but at what point? An example is Bohannon. I know that's slightly different because that went on the ballot, but Bohannon wasn't able to build his office building until he built the hotel.
Correct. So we can time. So, for example, in connection with a Willow Village project, we can require that as the initial part of the development, the market be built, which is planned as part of that project. And so we can absolutely, as part of a project approval, as part of a development agreement for a Willow Village type project, at whatever level of the development is, as long as it's in the bonus level, because we can't necessarily require a DA if it's not part of bonus level. I mean, they have a specific plan so that we actually can, because of they want to transfer density, et cetera. So, but we can require the timing of that development project to require the market first, not in the second phase or the third phase, but we could say that has to be part of phase one. And you can't build anything else until you've pulled the permits for that, just like we did with the hotel on the Bohannon project.
Could we do a moratorium and say, okay, nobody gets anything until you guys figure out who's going to have the, I'll say market, and I don't mean that's specifically what I want. I'm just saying that that is an example of an essential service, like a pharmacy. Can we say, fine, nobody gets anything until we figure out how this is going to get billed? Can we legally do that?
Probably not. I mean, you can do a moratorium to do some zoning and planning, but a moratorium that is trying to get some specific project done, that's not really the way a moratorium works. So you do a moratorium while we figure out how to accomplish that. So, I mean, there are different ways of trying to accomplish that result, but I mean, part of it is where do we want those services? So I think there was general consensus that, for example, that the market needs to be on Willow Road that is accessible to the entire community, and I think there were some preferred locations for it, and there's certainly, you know, a minimum size that one wants for the market. So you wouldn't want it located on the Sobrato site, for example, or some other site that's in the Bohannon Industrial Park. You want it, you know, in certain areas that have better circulation, et cetera. But that's just one piece. I mean,
I get your point. If it's positioned badly, it could make traffic worse. But
well, and it may not serve the community. I mean,
right.
it needs to be located where it's best going to serve the community, and that market is going to be successful. If it's not successful financially, it's going to fail. And we've seen markets in other communities fail. The one at Embarcadero or Oregon Expressway, one of those, and 101, you know, a market went in there. It was required to be part of that project. Palo Alto, huge fines if that market wasn't open. There's been litigation over that. You know, it failed because there wasn't a good location for a market that was serving the community. And so, you know, people go to Trader Joe's, they didn't go there. And so, you know, part of it has to make sense from a business perspective that will support the market and have enough revenue for that market to be successful, too.
I understand. I guess my direction, because I know we're not really making hard decisions, is I feel like we've done a pretty good job of carrots, and I'm kind of getting to the point to where I'm not averse to pulling out the sticks, because this has to happen. And I believe it was Karen Grove that also talked about the live, work, play question. You were talking about accessibility, and that is a key issue as well. I didn't know if you had any comments about her question.
So I can just pull up the previous, just for reference, the zoning map that was adopted. And so this is the zoning map that was adopted. The brown area is referring to the residential mixed-use areas, and so there are two general areas that are shown here, which would generally comprise of about 3,000 units. The other 1,500 units that were part of the 4,500 unit study were identified as corporate housing units on the Classic campus of Facebook. And so the idea here was to create two separate sort of residential areas, if you will, and hopefully they would operate with services. That's hence the mixed use piece of it. So there would be, retail, personal services, things that would support the residents in that neighborhood. If there is a larger identified site as part of like Connect or Willow Village, certainly, that is to serve the greater neighborhood. And then as part of sort of complete streets and sort of the looking at connectivity, we were looking at creating opportunities for enhanced paseos and other walkways. Certainly here, the Bay Trail could be, one opportunity to connect to the different areas, but you can see the areas that are in the blue would be sort of the dashed blue lines. Those are new paseos and new walkways that would be opportunities for walkways and path and bikeways to provide the connection for people to get out of their cars and get around the neighborhood.
Okay, so I'm gonna. It's always hard to be politically correct on the dais, but I'm gonna call out the elephant in the room. I think the fear is that all the essential services and amenities might end up very far away from Belhaven. And we need to be aware of that as well as we push for the amenities to make sure that they are accessible. Does that make sense? I think that's a legitimate concern.
Tag. Thank you. And thank you, staff, for all the work that you're doing. If I didn't thank you earlier, I'm thanking you now. I have a question. Is there a way to present the definition of community amenities in a way that's a little bit more understandable? It's not complicated. The community doesn't get amenities unless it approves the bonus or somebody applies for a bonus. And the bonus is what height?
So bonus could be envisioned in different ways. So it could be increased density. So that would be increased dwelling units per acre. If you're looking at housing, it could be increased floor area ratio. So that translates into square footage for commercial projects. And we can also look at increased height. So in looking at, in order to achieve either increased density or increased floor area ratio or larger developments, we were looking at increased heights. So in our zoning ordinance for each of those 3 new zoning districts, there's standards, development standards that are for base level development, and those that could be achieved or sought in the bonus level development. So if you're looking for the higher, the maximums, you would be entering into the bonus level development. And as you stated earlier, in exchange for bonus level development, if any one of those 3 or a combination of all 3 would trigger the requirement for community amenities.
And can the bonus level be changed? Can it be lowered?
Yes, so the bonus level, so it's sort of a 2-part. So the general plan would identify sort of the upper maximums, and then the zoning would be the tool that would implement the development standards and the change.
So that we would have to amend the general plan in order to do that.
It would be, so we're looking to, I'm sorry, just
to
clarification,
decrease,
to higher, to increase or to lower?
To lower it.
Oh, so then the caps could stay the same, or you could lower in the general plan, and then the zoning would be a companion piece to that.
Because what I'm looking at, as far as the number of housing, I know that I believe it's 4,500 units is the cap in the Bayfront area. And after conversations with my constituents, the number that came up was 500 and not 4,500. Those 500 units would include the Willow project that Midpen is submitting. It would also include the Independence Drive, and that would not include the 483 units for Greystar. So I'm looking at the needs of the neighborhood first. And traffic is an issue, transportation is an issue, infrastructure is an issue, education is an issue. We have a lot of issues. And until we address them, it doesn't make sense to continue to approve development projects, even though they've already been submitted. And if anyone who submitted a project that I'm excluding in this process, take the next 90 days of your life and travel in and out of the neighborhood, and you'll understand how we feel. So that's the direction, well, some of the direction on the Communities Fund. A part of my research, I saw a document with Connect Menlo that referred to something called Funding for Belhaven Neighborhood, which has nothing to do with the Amenities Fund. This had more to do with infrastructure, and the council at that time directed staff to look into something referred to as a boomerang fund, to figure out ways to capture funds to be able to reinvest in the neighborhood. I'd like to see the staff look into that again to see how we can do more investment in the community. And then also, for every 1 acre of land, the zoning says that you can have a minimum of 20 units and a maximum of 100. Would that be the area that we would have to amend the land use policy, or is it something else?
So the range that you referenced, though, the minimum 20, max 100, is stated in the zoning ordinance. And so that is sort of one tool to manage how much housing. So you could lower the maximum density from 100 to something lower. You can also eliminate the minimum if that's desired, to not have 20 units be the required as part of 20 dwelling units to the acre required as part of every project. The intent of that was so that land would not be underutilized to achieve the numbers that were identified as the desired housing number of units. And so if the minimum is eliminated, you could start to see potentially small subdivisions, single-family homes, and if that's the desire, that's one product type, but that was not the desired at the time of Connect Menlo.
That part I understand. Thank you. And I'm being specific to the RMU off of Bayfront as far as lowering the zoning lowering the density. I'm not speaking about the entire city of Menlo Park for other areas, just specific to that area, because right now there aren't any services there, and to have approved 483 units doesn't make any sense as far as I'm concerned, because circulation element, we have other issues around traffic and transportation that haven't been addressed, and until we address them, it doesn't make sense to approve a project that size for that amount of people. That's potentially 1,000 people that would be living there, maybe even more. And I have a question about hotels. So right now the hotel is zoned under, and I cannot remember the zoning code for the hotel, but 200 hotel rooms have already been approved in the Facebook expansion project. And so does that mean that this is an additional 400, or is this 200 more, or 257 more?
Sure. So the 200 that were approved as part of the Facebook campus expansion project are not included as part of the 400. What we showed as part of the total is the additional 40 units that Facebook is looking to increase at that hotel site that's at the corner of Chilco and Bayfront Expressway. So that's something in addition to. And then besides that proposal, we have also received 2 additional proposals. One is at the Facebook Willow Village project, so they're looking at potentially 250 rooms, and then there's another at the sort of the bend of Haven Avenue. They're looking for 167 units. So cumulatively, those 3 projects would exceed the 400 max that was identified in Connect Menlo for the Bayfront area.
Thank you.
Councilmember Combs.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I have just a few questions. So, aside from the hotel projects, of the 10 projects that you have as proposed, is there anything that, like, this council needs to do with regards to those move it along to eventually being approved, right? Is there any blocker with regards to those projects that you guys have defined as being proposed, other than the hotel projects?
So the 11 that we've shown on the screen earlier today, so 2 of which have been previously approved. So those projects would fall within the already adopted caps that were established as part of the Connect Menlo project. Staff is aware that there are potentially additional housing projects that are interested in filing, and if those additional projects are filed, they could exceed the 3,000 units that were studied, the unrestricted units, if you will, that were studied as part of the environmental impact report. They would fall within the overall 4,500 unit cap that was established in the general plan itself, but the environmental document has that sort of cap of 3,000 units, with the additional 1,500 being corporate housing.
So from a general sense, as we have this debate as part of the review, those projects continue on a normal process for approval. And there's nothing here that needs to happen for that to change, correct? Or that sort of alters that in some way?
So aside from hotels?
Aside from the hotels.
So within some of the projects, they may be seeking a general plan amendment, which would be a policy discussion for the council's consideration. But in terms of dwelling units or square footage, I don't think that there are limitations to the existing general plan.
And what would those general plan amendments sort of be like?
For example, street connections that were identified as part of the zoning map are being proposed as part of the Willow Village campus.
And so, just so I make sure I'm understanding the staff report, so if all of those projects that are currently proposed are approved, and let's put aside the hotels and put aside any sort of like additional updates regarding sort of streets and things of that nature, there would be 400,000 square foot of then additional available office space specifically, after the approval of those of the proposed projects.
So there was a chart here I can.
So like sort of remaining.
So there would be remaining development potential even after if the projects that are on file today were approved, there would still be remaining development potential in the non-residential land use category. So that's sort of the upper limit in the Connect Menlo General Plan itself. The environmental document has further breakdown between land use categories of office, life science, or commercial, and those have different sort of tipping points. Yeah,
different levels. So, so with regards to sort of these additional like amenities that we would be looking to obligate, it would be sort of in theory in connection with that excess, right? Proposed projects that would assume that additional available square footage, right? Since there is nothing in theory sort of that would stop the current projects that are proposed from ultimately being approved under the current plan, correct?
So as part of the current plan, any applicant seeking to develop at the bonus level would be required to go through the appraisal process, and Deanna referenced the appraisal instructions that were recently adopted to identify the delta between the project at the complete base level and the project that's being proposed at the bonus level. And then taking 50% of that is the community amenity value, and how the community receives those amenities is as part of the development project, which it should incorporate, which was the ideal way at the time Connect Menlo was adopted, to have community amenities provided as part of the project. They would provide that amenity, whether it's a grocery store or something else, at that time. So that's how you achieve those amenities that you're looking for, is in conjunction with approvals of projects at the bonus level. I'm not sure.
Okay, yeah, no, that helps. I'm just trying to get some sense if like the community is coming and saying, the current moment in time is one that they feel is sort of unsustainable, correct? Right? And that they're looking for some sort of change. I want to get some sense of like where that change is taking place, and want to make it clear that as it stands now, that change seems not to necessarily be implemented in what's currently proposed, right? If their whole idea is that like, they're stuck in Hamilton on traffic, and then it's not clear that like that of what is coming down that we see immediately is something that provides any real resolution, but if anything actually sort of adds with additional development.
So, there are two pieces to that. There is so I believe one of the listed community amenities to potentially put funds towards is transportation projects. So, that's something where as part of development projects that come forward under Connect Menlo, and I don't think there's been a single project that's come through under Connect Menlo yet. I mean, you can look at asking the applicant for those transit solutions, but then it's also important to remember that the majority of these projects are undergoing focused EIRs where they are going to look at transportation. I mean, one of the things we understood at the time was the transportation impact fee had not been updated in a very long time, and we had to go through that master planning process. So we did say that any project application that came through prior to that would have to go through its own transportation analysis. And so through the CEQA process on each of these individual projects as they come forward, you do have the opportunity to seek environmental mitigations, which could be transportation solutions through that EIR process.
All right, thanks. Just look up more questions and I'll wrap up. And then when it comes to specifically the amenities that like have been identified, whether it's grocery or pharmacy or a bank branch, there is a sense that of the projects that have currently been proposed, there's only one that has those elements, correct?
Right. So the projects that you that are on the table, that are on the chart, for the most part, are all bonus level development. We have not gone. None of the projects have completed its appraisal process yet, and so as part of the appraisal process, you would identify what your community amenity would be and value that to see if there's a connection between what you're proposing equates to the 50% value. So we haven't moved that far yet. We haven't received other proposals for what the community amenities would be as part of a project. We have understood some of the community amenities as part of Willow Village, such as the grocery store. So we will have more information as we proceed with the process.
But just so I'm understanding, so when it comes to that specific amenity, like let's focus in on the grocery store, right? There's only one space or one spot where that possibly happens, correct?
So yes, so as part of the community amenities list, one of the things that came out of that process was that once it's been checked, it would not be replicated somewhere else so that we don't end up with 10 of the same community amenities. The desire was to have the breadth of community amenities implemented, and so...
And this is like sort of, I'm asking you to sort of guesstimate, but like if we're looking at what is proposed, right, of all of the projects, where in the timeline do you see that aspect of Willow Village coming online, right? Is it after 8 of the other ones have been developed, or sort of where is it at in the process, giving some sense of like how much more development or change in the community before we get the first inkling of the benefits that the community has thought that they were sort of bargaining for from the beginning? Because it seems like to me it's going to be a long time. And there's going to be a lot of development before we get to that point where you're driving along Willow and see a grocery store.
So there are a number of factors that go into the processing of applications. There are certain legal timelines we need to comply with. There are also staff constraints and other issues. So it's difficult to say that we can, it's difficult to read the tea leaves and tell you exactly what projects are going to come when. I will say, though, that as this process moves forward, because there are so many bonus level development projects in the pipeline, and majority of them have not yet identified community amenities, I mean, there is an opportunity for the council and for the city to work with applicants to encourage those amenities that they want to see come in sooner rather than later with projects, outside of the Willow Village project. But I don't think that we could, in good conscience, say that's going to come at this point in time before or after any of these other developments have come forward.
Totally fair. And so then I would just sort of wrap it up with 2 comments. For me, if I'm giving direction to staff and just sort of giving some clarity of where I stand, it is like, as I see it now, it seems like a lot of these amenities, the sort of core amenities are banking on one project, right? And I would like to see if we can get those amenities into some of the other projects, which I think will likely come earlier. You know, I know there's issues about sort of viability and having things located on Willow, but I do think that I think we run into more problems and issues and frustrations, specifically from the community, if you keep having these changes, and again, part of what was promised doesn't sort of seem to come to fruition. So for me, the goal would be to sort of a strategy going forward that doesn't seem to bank or put all of the eggs in the Willow Village basket as far as getting some of those amenities. And then my only other sort of direction to staff along this, I mean, to me, I think the original sin of this exercise was calling it a general plan update. And I've said that I think that was not directed at staff, but sort of disingenuous from out of the gate. Because what it really was a specific plan about upzoning a very specific area of the city. And I think when you started off this discussion with not being completely transparent, when we as a community, as a city, about that fact, then that sowed a seed of I think, distrust that we are seeing bear out now, right? And seeing continue to bear out when we don't see some of those amenities, when those amenities that we were expecting seem to be continue to be pushed back further and further. So I think one of the things I would like to see is that as we go forward, we be like a little bit more precise in how we describe this, like Connect Menlo, general plan. I mean, that doesn't bear out what is actually happening here, which is that we took a light industrial warehousing area of the city and we rezoned it for high density office, a residential usage. And I just think that we need to step back and sort of make good on that, make good on how we market and explain this, and be very clear that, like, yeah, technically it is a general, but when it's a general plan update, but when you look at those changes, right, the changes in zonings, it's so much, about one area of the city. And to me, I think that, again, like I said, that has been part of the problem, and that frustration, I think, is rightfully being bared out by some of the public comments that we've heard today. Thanks.
Councilmember Nash.
Thank you. I'll try and keep it really brief. I agree with what's been said by the other council members. One thing that I'm interested in is, what do you need from us about the amenities? My understanding is that there's some projects that are coming up which will be looking at the amenity list. What is the timeline on that?
So they're looking at it now as they begin to do their appraisal process. So if it's the council's interest to revisit the amenities list, that is some feedback that we'd like to hear. We'd also like to hear how that would impact the existing developments that are looking at the list. Can they use the existing list? Do they need to wait? Which could potentially delay projects, as they need to consider if they are being part of the project. They may not have a full project description if they don't know exactly what it is that they will be including as part of their project. So some feedback on, is there an interest in revisiting the list?
Yes.
And then is there a distinction between how projects that are on file today and how we treat that with the existing list, or some sort of modifications of the existing list to provide guidance to the existing applications to move forward with considering what is their community amenity as part of their project?
So I am very interested in revisiting the amenities list. It seems like there's a number of items on the list that either are something that I believe may be part of a city-wide transportation plan and does not necessarily have to be a community amenity for Belhaven. Or there's some things which I think are probably lower priority, and so we probably want to take them off the list. This would be with strong neighborhood input, but they may not rise at this point, given what the development is. I think we definitely should revisit the list. Also, I'm very interested in looking at the, as was said, the base bonus and also maximum levels for all the housing, the commercial and the non-residential and also hotel. If we in fact have a moratorium as has been suggested, what does that mean for the projects that are, the 11 projects that are currently on the page?
It depends on what the council does. I mean, the council can impose a moratorium that affects existing projects that are in the process. There is no legal impediment to do that. Sometimes moratoria or moratorium does not apply. I mean, the council specifically says it will only apply to applications that were not deemed complete as of the date of the adoption of the moratorium. So if a project was not deemed complete, and I think we have 2 projects that you showed of the 10 have been approved, but the other 8, some of them are probably, I don't mean deemed approved, deemed complete in terms of the application. Deanna's shaking her head, so probably none of them are deemed complete, so it could apply to them all.
But the 2 that are approved presumably are on their way in or not. Those are gone. So then there's 9 other ones that are listed on the list.
Technically, although you don't have vested right, unless you have a development agreement, you don't have vested rights to develop at that, in accordance with the approval, unless you've actually commenced construction. That's the courts have made that determination. Wouldn't prevent litigation over the issue, but technically in the narrow takings realm, it is if they haven't started construction, unless they have vested rights through a development agreement or a vesting tentative map, then they wouldn't have vested rights.
And then, thank you. When I look at the list of projects, first of all, I'm really surprised that since November 2016, when this was put forward, that we've used up 69% of the office, about 16% of life science, and 73% of commercial square footage, just having done the percentages off table 2. Is there a reason why there was so much square footage put into life science and we're at 16%? Is that actually more on track and the others are way ahead? Or I'm just wondering why there was so much square footage in the life science area?
So for non-residential, you're correct. So it was broken into an office, life science. I think with life science, the increase was there was potential seen as an economic generator, if you will, with life science. And so there was more of an appetite to increase the opportunity for life science, creating a hub for biotechnology and other research and development ventures. And there was also, I think, consideration for there was potentially less employment density associated with life science, and so there was some balancing there as well.
Is there a reason, realizing that the 2 projects that are approved right now are life sciences, the smaller projects, but is there a reason why there hasn't been, why it's sort of out of balance? Or?
Right. So the 2 that were approved were really small additions. Yeah. They weren't new buildings. If you look, there are actually several life science buildings that are as part of the proposed.
Actually, I'm looking at this. Thinking at this point, why there was so much office. Is there, if we're trying to get into balance more the jobs housing balance and office space, there's been a tremendous amount. 69% has been proposed at this point. How would you recommend getting that more in balance so that we don't have as much office, which is employee intense, and that we can, why are we so heavy on the office at this point?
I mean, certainly we can evaluate strategies that might look at where we could adjust for office Are you looking at potentially lowering the development potential in terms of floor area ratio, or the sites that are zoned with an office designation? So there are just different ways to look at.
I think just how would you recommend tweaking things if we, depending how the council decides to look at all of this, but just generally, and also for the downtown specific plan, just generally, what can we do to tweak it so that we encourage more housing and not as and discourage, or we incentivize housing?
Okay, we can further explore that.
And then, is there a way to actually increase the LED requirement to actually go to the REACH codes and all electric? Is that something that we could put on the table?
I think it can be part of the conversation. I believe the REACH code conversation is part of the next building code adoption. Is that? And that might be coming before the city council also.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. So at the outset, I'm going to ask our legal counsel to look at SB 330, which is the Skinner bill, and SB 50, the Wiener bill, to see how much discretion we're actually going to have to do any of these things under those two bills. I think Skinner is going to make it actually difficult to talk about the type of discretion, because my understanding is it rolls back to January 1st, 2018, and locks in place the general plan and specifically prohibits some of the things that we're talking about tonight. So we need to look at that, what the import of that might be, and that also might, based on what the council talks about in the Connect Menlo session, might influence some letters to the legislature regarding that. But from what I'm hearing from council tonight, I think there's going to be potentially some conflict with the intent of that bill. I'm just going to go through. I mean, basically what I've learned in the 7 years on council is that I really need to rely on my professional staff. When I start to sort of tinker, I can get things out of whack pretty fast. And so holistically, what I'm really looking for is recommendations from staff in these areas. So we tried to break them out in study sessions because I knew they were coming. But the issue, so like tonight, the issue of congestion in the TMP, very frankly, in talking with my colleagues and our professional staff, I knew that was going to be coming in the discussion about Connect Menlo. And have been very, very, very concerned about that for a long time. You saw that editorial on the Dumbarton Rail. I see that as an anti-congestion issue. It's why I want to have the discussion tonight, because I think it's impacting our community in a real way. And I'm not going to prescribe to you what those solutions are, but I really want to hear from you guys what they are. I can't believe I'm going to put my foot in this again. We have an education study session coming up. Tonight, struggling because at our last time this came up, I had members of the community come and say, we're going to have so many more houses. Could we have our own school district, or will that improve the chances of moving to the Menlo Park City School District, or what is the import of that? This isn't even in your bailiwick, but if there is something about the amount of housing that has an effect on that, I think that's something the community needs to understand. And I'm not prescribing in any way or offering an idea of what that solution is by saying that. I just think it's information that the community would be interested in having. Amenities, there's been plenty said about that tonight. I am interested in trying to figure out how we get those amenities there. I am a little concerned about the fact that it seems like there's a lot of discussion about removing housing out of the plan, and I'm concerned, and again, you guys tell me what the effect is, but just removing the housing and leaving in the rest of it seems to me make the job housing balance much worse. If I remember correctly, the arguments during Connect Menlo was that you're trying to get those about even. And the concern over that was gentrification within the community. And so I want to hear from you guys what your recommendations are on that, listening to what everything's been said so we can measure that. And then environmental impacts and the environmental issues. But I'm a little concerned there's a lot of impact from office in this plan, and it doesn't seem to me like, I just don't know how you make all that office work without balancing out. And when the plan was going through, it was like, well, we can make all this housing work because it's so close to we can make all this office work because it's so close to the housing. I want to hear from you guys. And I'm not prescribing anyway tonight how I'm feeling about what that is, taking the community concerns. But I want to hear from staff, both sides of that. What is the impact of that? I think what's really important to me is that the discussion we have on that is that we have a product from our professional staff talking about the weights of all those things, and we have a candid discussion that isn't driven by the end at the beginning. We're not trying to start at the end point. We're trying to have a candid discussion and get to the end point with the work product, highlighting the areas of concern. But I think it's a holistic discussion about how do we make it work in that area. So, and I think my colleagues are all very eloquent in going over each of those subject areas, so I don't need to say it anymore. Councilmember Carlton.
Sure. I was just going to more directly answer your question on life sciences. I think there was a little bit of a bias there in the process because it's been shown to support the economy and then have less of an impact on traffic. And we have historically Charlton and these people who've been reasonably good residents and business owners. So that's kind of why that went that way, is part historical, part better citizens and less impact on traffic. So that's just kind of what brought us there.
All right. I think that concludes our study session.
Before you do that, I just wanted to throw in one comment, and this has to do with the idea of reducing housing. So there are some existing laws in effect by the state that limits the city's ability to rezone or reduce the density of housing without replacing it.
Right.
And so we may not be able to reduce the density of housing without finding other housing opportunity sites in the city, rezoning those sites at comparable density, because all of these laws that have been adopted at the state level over the last few years have basically are preventing cities from reducing. So we have to rezone for higher density, and then once we do that, we can't reduce the density without, again, so we'd have to find opportunities or locations, rezone the other at the same time with higher density so that it balances out. And that's assuming we don't have a requirement to even zone for more density based on the next housing, cycle, element cycle.
Right. Okay. So if we could have those in addition to SB 330 and SB 50, and also those, so we understand
exactly what would be required to consider that.
Right. That would be great. And I want to make it's a prelude, but never in my wildest dreams did I thought that if I talked about congestion relief, people would be afraid I was going to choose that over the safety of kids. So just want to get that out there in the open. Yeah, Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify, when my constituents talked about a cap of 500 units, it was specific to the Bayfront area. It was not for the city as a whole. So now I understand your point.
But the issue becomes if we reduce what is available in the Bayfront, it means that we need to find other land and literally upzone it so that the numbers balance, I believe. And again, we'll provide that analysis to you so that there's a clear understanding of what the laws are, what the requirements are, what the process is, so that when you consider that, that's all before you.
Okay. All right. So, yes, Mr. Bergeros.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to wrap up where we are, where staff is, what we're hearing from the council this evening. This is quite, as with many study sessions, we quite have our work cut out for us to research a number of areas, bring back the analysis that the council and the community deserves to move forward with this particular review. Tomorrow, the staff will get together and we'll compare notes. What I would hope to do is bring back an info item to the council that clearly articulates what areas we are focusing on, so that if we do miss something at the beginning, we can get that corrective course from the council. The one area that I do want to highlight that I think we may need to sort of look at sooner rather than later is the question of the amenities fund, specifically as it pertains to projects that have already submitted. So we will outline a plan, hopefully, to identify the path that provides, that checks in with the council to confirm we're heading in the right direction by way of analysis, but also addresses some of the concerns that I could imagine the applicants that are already in the process may have at this point.
Okay. And as always, just I'm looking over at you, Deanna, and all of you guys, Mr. Munzer, all of you, take your time. Like, we want to do it. We want to do it right. We don't want you to have a rushed project. So, all right. Guess all good. All right. So thank you all. We're going to go ahead and move to our next item tonight, which is the consent calendar, which is the review and acceptance of the 2018 annual progress report on the status and the progress in implementing the city's housing element and annual housing successor report. Do we have any comments on this item this evening?
Actually,
I'm sorry. You know what? I skipped public comment. My bad. All right, at this time we're going to have a public comment. Under public comment, the public may address the City Council on any subject not listed on the agenda. Each speaker may address the City Council once under public comment for a limit of 3 minutes. Please clearly state your name and address or political jurisdiction in which you live. The City Council cannot act on items not listed on the agenda, and therefore the City Council cannot respond to non-agenda issues brought up under public comment other than to provide general direction. Do you have any public comment cards? First speaker this evening is Ron Shepard. Good evening, Mr. Shepard.
Good evening, Council. I thought I'd add some excitement to your meeting tonight. I live on Corinne Lane in Menlo Park. I'm a member of the Finance and Audit Committee, but I'm speaking to you as a private citizen. I strongly recommend that the Council obtain an independent analysis of the benefits of the sale of the Water Department. The Water Department provides service to about a half of Menlo Park. The other half is mainly served by Cal Water. The budgeted expenditures this year for the Water Department are a little over $23 million. The funding source from fees is $11 million. I presume the rest is coming from reserves. You have approximately 12 full-time equivalents that provide the required services. Capital improvements for the 2018 to 23 years are estimated to be $34 million. The assets included in the financial statements are $12 million cash and $18 million in capital assets, and this is net assets after depreciation. The liabilities on the financial statements include about $1 million in net pension liability, and I don't think that adequately reflects that liability. One may ask, what is the benefits to Menlo Park residents of providing this service when the service can be provided by a competent private entity? In my opinion, there are no benefits. What might the benefits be from the sale of the district, of the Water Department, to a private entity that can provide the same services? Monetization of $17 million in capital assets, the availability of $13 million in cash and short-term investments, and the availability of $34 million that's been earmarked for the water department that can be used for other services. In addition, I think it's impossible for the departments, with the limited number of FTEs they have, to provide the services that someone like Cal Water could provide. An example of this is when the water main burst at the La Entrada Middle School. The water department couldn't fix it, and Cal Water volunteered, and they fixed it. This created about a $700,000 repair bill for the schools. Then they said that's going to be covered by their insurance, but I'm sure that their insurance will come to you for some reimbursement. So I strongly, already said it, recommend you consider selling the water department. And Judy has the, thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Our next speaker this evening is Leonardo Schneiderman.
Hello, and thank you. I've been a teacher in Menlo Park for 4 years. I've done 2 in Fremont this past 2 years. I've been living in Menlo Park for 6 years with my 2 kids and my wife. And since we've been living here, we've been having a hard time protecting our family from smoke. But the buildings that we've been living in, they say it's non-smoking. It's in the contract that says it's non-smoking, and they do not. They're not able to enforce it. I've called code enforcer on both of the buildings here in Menlo Park, and they were not able to successfully deal with this problem. I don't know what to do. Again, I'm a teacher, and all I wanted to do is to be living in a place where I don't have to deal with my kids smelling smoke from marijuana, from vaping, from cigarettes, and I don't know what to do. I'm a single income. I'm an immigrant. I'm a citizen now. My wife is also an immigrant and a citizen. We've been harassed by it, by the landlords before. My current landlord, I've been harassed, called the snitch. And he also told me that by me calling the code enforcer, that I'm escalating the situation. There are people that know that are mad at me for trying to enforce this smoking policy. I'm looking for places to move out. My income is not 3 times the rent. My kids go to school in Menlo Park. They are stressed. My family is stressed. We don't want to move. My wife is a San Francisco State University student. She's a nursing student. She has 1 year to go, and our situation hopefully will be a little bit different. But I came here to, again, I see that today's topic was housing. And my even concern with that is, are those buildings going to be able here in Menlo Park to be a true non-smoking building? Again, my contract says non-smoking. There's smoking everywhere. I've taken pictures. My house, there was a night at 2 o'clock in the morning that I've had to open up the corridor door to try to get the smell of marijuana smoke in my building, in my housing. The smell of vaping is coming in from neighbors, and I don't know what to do. Again, thank you for your time and listening to me.
Thank you. And sir, I'm going to direct you to our city attorney, who might be able to speak with you. Any other comments this evening?
I have a follow-up question.
We're not allowed to respond, but if you want to go ahead and step down and talk to the city attorney and ask your question.
Sorry, I'll take it up at the end then.
I appreciate it. Sir, yeah, our city attorney is right there if you'd like to speak to him. So let's go ahead and move on now to our consent calendar.
Just to clarify, the question was for staff, but I'll wait till the end.
Yeah, we're not allowed to.
I realize that's why I said it was for staff.
Okay. Council consent calendar, does anyone have anything they'd like to remove from the consent calendar this evening?
I had a question, comment
Okay.
on that.
Don't need to poll it, just want to comment?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a question. Is our new housing person here? Let me pull down to my notes. I was really, really, really happy to see that Menlo Park was one of only 24 jurisdictions in California to meet all of its low, very, very low housing needs assessment, and that 34% of our building permits were for secondary dwellings, because we've tried really hard to incentivize people to go. So we've got really good. In the first 3 years, I'm delighted that we have exceeded the city's regional housing needs assessment, 665 units. But I would like to see us still continue to seek opportunities, which leads me to the question, which I've asked before and I'll ask again now that we have a new housing person. Our ability to do cross-jurisdictional projects to help preserve affordable housing. There have been cases where other cities have worked together to preserve housing that's been just over the border. I've been told that we might need to address that to codify it in our city to allow us to do that. As an example, Kate from HIP Housing called me a couple of years ago, and there was an apartment building right on the border, like literally like across the street from Menlo Park. And we had the funds to buy it, to preserve it. The other city did not, funds or political will, whatever it was. But they would be happy to work together with us. We were unable to scramble because the way we're set together right now, you have to do funds, notice availability, blah, blah, blah. We didn't have the ability to move quickly when the opportunity came forward, whether that was a cross-jurisdictional or with other cities working together. I'd like to see us address that. I know other cities are doing it. I know it's possible. And if we need to figure out how to codify that, whatever, we're all living in the same region. If we can work together to identify affordable housing that is going to go away if we don't step up and do something about it, I'd like to see us address that. And as I say, it's kind of a rhetorical question. It's more of a direction. But I can meet up with you offline, and I can give you kind of the case studies on how it's worked. And if it's something that you think is advisable, maybe we can bring it to the mayor for consideration in the future.
I think it's an excellent suggestion. I'm happy to add to the agenda. There's a support. I'm seeing, yes, there's support to look at it. So yeah, that'd be great.
So I'll meet with you offline, and then we can talk that through. Thank you.
My only question will be, just so you both know, is can you do it with an agreement so it counts toward our housing allocation?
It was done previously that way.
So, well, we can wait till then. Okay, great. We have public comment on this issue tonight. Our first speaker this evening is Karen Grove.
Hi, I'm Karen Grove, and today I'm actually speaking on behalf of the Housing Commission. So I just wanted to share some highlights of the annual performance review of the housing element. We are pleased to report that we're meeting several important elements. We have exceeded our goal for permitted market rate units, but I'm going to get back to that. And I also want to just point out that the market rate, the goal is far below the number of jobs we've added, but that's aside. But the housing element doesn't care for this phase. We've passed an anti-discrimination ordinance. We have issued the first NOFA in several years, and now we have in place a plan to issue one every year. We've modified our BMR guidelines, I think 3 or 4 updates, some substantive changes there, including to add the rental inclusionary requirement as soon as that became legal. Areas in which we should focus our efforts in order to meet our goals at the end of the term, because right now we can be quote unquote on track with only market rate units. Now we've not just only done market rate units, but the vast majority have been market rate units. And of the low income at any level units, the vast majority of those have been in the Belhaven neighborhood. So we definitely need to focus on meeting our affordable at low, very low, and extremely low income levels. We're going to have to make an effort to get on track by the end of the term. Another item is address rent conflicts, and although we've tried and staff does a really good job of fielding calls from tenants, the Housing Commission doesn't feel that we've really addressed rent conflicts, so we need to keep working on that. And finally, if we are to meet our goals at the end of the term, we really, really, really strongly recommend that we carefully survey all the city-owned land to identify parcels that would work for affordable housing, and ensure that affordable housing gets priority consideration on all such parcels. And given all the other issues we've been talking about, double that priority if it's near transit. So, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is Adina Levin.
Good evening, council members. Dina Levin, Menlo Park resident, speaking for myself. And in looking at the housing element report and also thinking about this in the context of the last agenda item, I see that in meeting our obligations is good, except for our obligations, the RHNA number for the whole city, all income levels is under 1,000. And how many jobs have we added in this city in that time period of the RHNA obligation? How many thousands of jobs with those 1,000 units of our RHNA obligation? And this is true around the entire Bay Area and in the county. Between 2010 and 2016 in San Mateo County, I think our jobs to housing ratio was 17-1. And we've done a little bit of catch up, and it's now down to 8-1. That's still appalling. That's still really in a very deep hole, and it's that deep hole that is putting pressure on folks like the teacher and other people who can't afford to live in our community. So even if we're keeping up with what looks like the right number, we're still in a deep hole. And based on some laws, not only future laws that are in the legislation, but laws that passed previously, what the city attorney spoke about in terms of not allowing us to have less housing in the city, and also the next RHNA cycle is going to be stricter. There was a law that was passed in the previous session to make that look more closely at the data of jobs and housing and other factors. And so I think we really need to be looking at the jobs housing balance and looking at the future laws, our future obligations to think about what we need to be doing. And as someone who lives near downtown, as usual, I will be more than happy to have affordable housing in my neighborhood. I will be more than happy to have taller buildings in my neighborhood. But we are in a deep hole at all income levels, even with this report, and would really encourage this city council and all city councils in our region to address this and be responsible citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is Pamela Jones.
Good evening again, Pamela Jones. I am looking for information. I'm not sure if this is a report where it would go into, but when you have apartment complexes that have the 15% low-income apartments, how do we get information on how that's working out for the mixed use? Because we know we do have some apartments that have both low-income, moderate income, as well as the fully priced apartments. But how are those people that live in those places do? I think there's some kind of report that's required under the BMR guidelines that goes through housing, and I didn't get a chance to ask the Housing Commission, so I thought I'd bring it up here tonight because there's a lot of housing people here. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any, oh, sure, yeah, go ahead.
Good evening, City Council members. I would like to talk about the secondary dwelling units, especially for the Bellhaven area. I see my name is Ernesto Reyes, by the way, and I'm an architectural designer. And something that I have seen, and I've been helping the community for secondary dwelling units. Unfortunately, the inconvenience that the Bellhaven area we have is that the lots are only, the media is 5,500 square feet. We need to regulate the building regulations because in order for us to have a secondary dwelling unit, needs to be 6,000 square feet and needs to be separated. How about if we implementing in our area to have an attached secondary dwelling unit with the same principles and everything? And that way will allow us to have the opportunity to have our children's in our community to live with us. They're already living with their parents. They cannot afford to have a house, but per se. And the living situations are very chaotic. And I would like to see some remedy to that area. I would like to see the secondary units to be attached for those areas that they cannot comply with the 6,000 square feet lot. If there is something that we can work with the city, building department, building code, I will be more than happy to help, or if you can review this area, how we can help the people from the Bellhaven, or people in particular with the small lots, 5,500 square feet. That would be something that we can work and make the neighborhood a lot better. And the living condition for the family that lives there is going to be a lot better, in a better condition, better neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, any other speakers? No. Item is not pulled. Does anyone want to pull it for a discussion, or can I have a motion?
So moved.
All right, may I have a second to adopt the consent calendar? Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Taylor seconds. Let's go ahead and vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Our next item this evening is item H, a public hearing. We're going to go ahead and hear actually items H1 and I1 together. And we're only going to take public comment right here at the beginning period for both items. So H1 is adopt a resolution number 6489 to abandon the public right-of-way and public utility easements adjacent to 1345 Willow Road and authorize the city manager to execute purchase and sale agreements, escrow instructions, deeds, and related documents for the sale of portions of the frontage road to Mid-Penn Housing and Dora LC Caballero Trust. And then our second I1 is adopt resolution number 6490 to authorize a loan to Mid-Penn Housing of $6.7 million for an affordable housing development at 1317 to 1385 Willow Road, and authorize the city manager to execute any and all related agreements and loan documents. Our presentation this evening will be made by Senior Civil Engineer Teresa Avedian, who will make the public hearing presentation. Management Analyst Mike Noss will make the funding presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor Mueller and City Council. My name is Mike Noce, with Management Analyst with the Housing and Economic Development Division. I am joined, as the Mayor mentioned, by Teresa Avedian, Senior Civil Engineer with Public Works. As the Mayor mentioned, both items are currently up for your action, City Council. We will give a very brief project overview. We will then transition into the right-of-way abandonment and the loan authorization, followed by a brief presentation by Mid-Penn Housing, and then public comment, questions, and City Council actions as well. So as far as the project overview, and we will make this fairly brief, and there will be additional information throughout the multiple steps of the presentation. The property was purchased in the 1980s by Mid-Penn Housing. The 1200, and that spanned the 1200 and 1300 blocks of Willow Road. Phase one of the redevelopment most recently was in 2014 for 1221 Willow Road. That development is also known as the Sequoia Bellhaven Apartments, and that houses multiple low-income seniors, and that has a total of 90 units as part of that development. Phase two is what is currently in front of you for the 1317 to 1385 Willow Road redevelopment, which will be known as the Gateway Family Apartments. That development currently consists of 82 low-income units, which houses a total of 219 residents currently. It's a two-story building with 17 individual buildings and a total of 119 parking spaces. As for the new redevelopment of the 1300 block of Willow Road, it'll be 100% affordable. A total of 58 net new units for a grand total of 140 units is what is proposed, and seeking funding tonight, as well as the right-of-way abandonment. And that additional 58 net new will house an additional 106 residents. The households that qualify for these units have to be between 30 and 60% of the area median income, also known as AMI. And there's a breakdown there of the bedrooms being provided, and this will be a mix of a 3- and 4-story building with 177 parking spaces. A little more closer look at the 30 to 60% AMI range. For just one example, a 4-person household, that maximum at 30% AMI is $44,000 a year, and 60% AMI is a total of $87,960. So we will now transition to Teresa and the proposed abandonment.
Thank you, Mike. Again, I'm Teresa Avedian, Senior Civil Engineer. Okay, this shows an aerial view of the existing project site. The frontage road is shown in the blue line. On the left side or the south of the page, you'll see that it connects to Ivy Drive, and on the right or the north side of the site, it connects to a shared driveway with the Chevron property. The frontage road provides access to the existing buildings, and it's also used for some on-site parking as well as some landscaping. Along with their project application, Mid-Penn filed or requested for an abandonment of the frontage road. The right-of-way abandonment was required to meet setback, open space, parking, and emergency access requirements. This exhibit shows the right-of-way to be abandoned. It's shown in both blue and green. It can be categorized into two different areas. So the area that's parallel to Willow Road, or the area shown in green, was relinquished by Caltrans to the city in the early 1990s. So the city essentially holds an easement over that right-of-way. If we were to abandon it, it would revert back to Mid-Penn. The area in blue, or the area perpendicular to Willow, is owned in fee by the city, so that means at some point we purchased it, and if we were to abandon it, we would need to sell it. A portion of it would go to 1305 Willow, or Celestica Market, and another portion would go to Mid-Penn. So focusing in on that area to be sold, so the blue area on the left, again, would go to Celestica Market. The purchase price would be $100 per square foot, or a total of $154,500. The area on the right, the orange area, would go to Mid-Penn for $1, although it's valued at $232,600. The value of the land is considered part of the city's overall contribution to the project. So taking a look at the proposed use of the right-of-way, at the top you can see the existing frontage road is 59 feet and 3 inches. In yellow, you'll see that the city is retaining 25 feet of public right-of-way. We're proposing to vacate 34 feet of right-of-way. Of that, 12 feet will be reserved as a public utility easement to allow existing utilities to stay in place. And the building footprint actually extends about 22 feet into the existing right-of-way. Staff is supportive of the right-of-way for the following reasons. The right-of-way is not necessary for the functionality of Willow Road. Furthermore, the city is retaining 25 feet, which is consistent with other properties along Willow, including the 1200 block in Sequoia Bellhaven. And finally, we have not received any objections from the utility companies during our formal outreach process. So the applicable abandonment process is 3 steps. The first step is a resolution of intent to abandon, which the council adopted on January 29th. The second step is a review for conformance to the general plan, which occurred at the Planning Commission meeting on March 12th. And the third and final step is tonight's public hearing before council. So in conclusion, staff recommends that the council adopt the resolution abandoning the right-of-way and public utility easements and authorize the city manager to execute the purchase and sales agreements for right-of-way, sale of right-of-way to Mid-Penn and Celestica Market. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa. So the next item that we will share with you is the loan authorization. As far as background, on July 18th, 2017, the City Council affirmed a funding commitment of up to $6.7 million. That action also approved the following live-work preferences, which is a preference for those who live or work in the Bellhaven neighborhood or have been displaced from the Bellhaven neighborhood, those who live or work in Menlo Park or have then been displaced from the city, and also families who are homeless from the Ravenswood School District. And then as far as tonight's actions that staff is recommending is the adoption of a resolution authorizing the loan of $6.7 million, and that loan comes from the below market rate housing special fund, and the authorization to the city manager to execute all necessary agreements and loan documents that'll proceed, or that'll follow, excuse me. As far as the specific loan terms, the loan amount is $6.7 million. The interest rate is a 3% simple interest rate, and the term will be arranged between 55 and 57 years. The city's loan will also be subordinate to all of the primary lenders and tax credit financing requirements. And just to recap the city's contributions to the project, the city, and most of these are laid out in the affordable housing overlay, also known as the AHO zoning area, which is also part of the R4S. So it includes a waiver of all processing fees, a waiver of staff time, a reduction of certain fees, the traffic impact fee, building construction, street impact fees, general plan fees, and technology surcharge. As Teresa had already mentioned, it also includes, or one of the additional contributions the city as part of the agreement is the abandonment of the right-of-way for $1. As far as the below market rate housing fund, at the end of fiscal year 17-18, we had an ending balance of $15.8 million. With the 1300 Willow Road development earmarked for 18-19, that'll be less $6.7 million, with a remaining balance at the end of this fiscal year at $9.1 million. So to recap, the public hearing and regular business items that are in front of you are the right-of-way abandonment and those action items, as well as the funding authorization. At this time, we will transition into the presentation by Mid-Penn Housing. I'm happy to go back to any of the slides that staff has presented this evening and answer questions, but at this time we were going to have Mid-Penn Housing give their presentation.
Good evening. My name is Jan Lindenthal, and I'm the Chief Real Estate Development Officer at MidPenn Housing. With me tonight is other members of the MidPenn team, Nevada Merriman, Nasreen Kawar, and Noemi Paez. Also, Ann Torney and Emma O'Connor Brooks from Methuen Architects, and we're here to answer any questions you may have. Many of you are familiar with MidPenn Housing. We are a nonprofit affordable housing developer based here in San Mateo County. We now work in 11 counties, and over the last 49 years, we've developed more than 7,200 affordable homes in 103 communities. We provide professional property management services in all of our communities, as well as on-site services for our residents. And what we mean by on-site services for our residents means in our senior communities, like at Sequoia Bellhaven here in Menlo Park, we're providing health and wellness classes for our seniors, also socialization programs such as bingo nights, potluck dinners, things like that, ways to get our seniors out and engaged in their communities. In our family properties, we're providing a literacy-focused after-school program, programs for teens, as well as adult education classes. MidPenn has been a stakeholder in the Connect Menlo process. We're a property owner, but we also participated as a community partner. It was really important to us to listen to those conversations, listen to the community's conversations. And we're, based on that, wanted to leverage what we'd heard to really inform our plans to redevelop our property at 1345 Willow Road. So as staff mentioned, we've owned and managed that property since 1987. The site was rezoned as part of the R4S rezoning process in 2013. And it was those conversations throughout the Connect Menlo process that began to plant some seeds for us in terms of how we might redevelop this property. The buildings now are functionally obsolete. They're not handicapped accessible. There aren't modern amenities in the apartments, and there isn't space on site to provide the kind of robust services programs that we would like to provide. Also, the site plan does not provide adequate security for our residents. As you may know, the public sidewalk along Willow Road runs inside our property on the other side of the wall. And that, as you can imagine, over the years has created a number of security issues for us as property managers, as well as not being consistent with the city and the community's vision for a pedestrian-friendly Willow Road. So the goals that we have identified for how to redevelop the 1300 block includes modernizing the existing community, developing a design that is really compatible with the existing neighborhood, increasing access to affordable housing opportunities for people in the community, and enhancing the safety for our residents, as well as creating a pedestrian-friendly Willow Road. Over the past 2 years, we've done a considerable amount of outreach to neighbors, community stakeholders, and our residents. We've presented at the Bellhaven Neighborhood Association meetings. We've conducted one-on-one meetings with community members. We've hosted 3 public community meetings. The most recent one was just about a month ago. We've hosted tours of our site. We've done door-to-door outreach on Carlton. We've met with the Carlton neighbors in their homes on 3 separate occasions, had house meetings where we were able to stand in the backyards and look at where the building was going to be and really think through with them how this would work to make sure that the new development was something that they could support. And finally, we hosted 4 meetings with our residents so that they could also help shape the vision for this new community. So what did we hear? First and foremost, we heard a desire to pull the building close to Willow Road, away from the rear neighbors. Also to minimize the height where it comes close to those neighbors and provide as much parking as possible. With respect to the number of new affordable homes that we would provide there, though, we heard really 2 things. On the one hand, we heard concerns similar to what we've heard earlier this evening about the impacts of new development on the existing community. At the same time, we also heard from folks who live in the community today who are living in overcrowded and substandard housing or unaffordable housing that want more affordable housing opportunities. We feel that the way to really address that dichotomy is through a local preference. And we're very supportive of the action that the council took in July of 2017 to direct staff to explore this local preference. We really believe that that is the way to make sure that this new development is an asset to the neighborhood by providing that kind of neighborhood level preference. On this slide, you can see the evolution of our design. Whereas we originally proposed 158 apartments in 4-story buildings, our final design, as you see today, includes 140 apartments that is a mix of 2-, 3-, and 4-story buildings. This next slide shows what the site looked like today. And I share this with you just to show the opportunity that we have to what it could look like, what the future vision can be, which is a pedestrian-friendly public realm along Willow Road, sidewalks and generous landscaping that become part of the infrastructure of this new walkable neighborhood. We also made other changes in response to community feedback, specifically really paying attention to our entry to make sure that it's warm and welcoming, that it's residential in character, and there's an opportunity for community art as well. We also paid careful attention throughout the design in the location of community amenities throughout the development. Classroom space for our after-school program, an on-site fitness center, a community room, and then outdoor spaces for our residents to gather, to garden, and to play. And time again, when we met with our residents, they said, we want spaces where we can come together. We are a community, and we want to be able to have those places to come together and be together. To be honest, we are really excited to bring this new community to life, both for the existing residents and the new families that will call Gateway home. With your approval tonight, we'll be able to proceed with our financing applications and start construction as early as spring of 2020. The state, based on Props 1 and 2 being approved, state funding notices will be released in April, and we'll submit competitive applications for that funding that will allow us to then, as I said, start construction as early as 2020. And with that, we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Do we have any clarifying questions before public comment? None? Okay. I'm sorry.
Thank you. I have one question. So the Celestica Market and the Chevron station they won't have access anymore the way it is now, where it's open now. So it'll be actually closed off.
Well, the only access from our site to the Celestica Market is pedestrian access.
Okay.
And then we share the driveway in the back, which is an alley, a public alley.
So, and then as far as the gas station, the gas station, that entrance won't be there anymore?
No, it'll have the same access.
It will still have the same access?
Yeah,
okay.
so it's not impairing the access.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Our first speaker this evening is Karen Grove.
Good evening again. Three's a charm, and I only have good things to say. I'm very excited about this. It's affordable housing. It has a local preference. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is Angela Evans.
I won't be that short, but I'm also positive. For those of you who don't know me, you guys have heard me. I'm Angie Evans. I work for the Housing Leadership Council of San Mateo County. So sometime recently, an article came out that said it would take about 500 years to build the housing that we need. I know we saw this because Menlo Park was in it. And so we know that we need very low and low income homes, and this proposal would actually get us like a quarter of the way there, which is pretty incredible to me. It would also be multi-generational. It would have childcare, studying places to hang out outside. It's really a community that is going to be made for individuals, seniors, and families, and that's really exciting to us, especially looking at it being from 30 to 60% of AMI. It's a really incredible opportunity. So HLC has not endorsed a ton of proposals in Menlo Park, but we endorsed this one. In 2013, we supported this site because we knew it could change people's lives. The city has around 50 people
from the last homelessness count who are living unsheltered and on our streets. And we heard from many people about that in the last meeting. We heard about homelessness prevention and services were discussed. So we know that we need this. And so I'm going to read a quick quote that we have in one of our reports from a man who is living in affordable housing in Menlo Park. So his name is Niels. I lost everything when my wife was diagnosed with cancer. We spent all of our money on her treatment, and when she died, I didn't have anything left to live on. But here, I've actually made a home. I can lock the door and have my own space, which I didn't have when I was living on the street for 15 years. That's incredible. And I think that we should be striving to get to the place where we believe and we know that every person deserves to feel safe in their home and close the door and lock the door and go to sleep at night feeling completely comfortable. And I think this proposal could actually do that for a lot of people. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is Rachel Casey, or Raquel Casey. Rachel? Thank you.
Hi, new council members who I haven't met yet. Rachel Casey, those of you who I know, nice to see you. I'm a Belhaven resident, but most importantly for this evening, I am also a Carlton resident, and I just want to extend gratitude to Mid-Penn, who's reached out to me throughout this project, and has, as Jan said, they have done community meetings both at my house and just throughout the community of Belhaven. And so I just wanted to stand up here and acknowledge that the Carlton residents that I am speaking on behalf of, including obviously myself and my husband, feel that there has been a lot of transparency and communication throughout this process, specifically in our 1300 block of Carlton, which we appreciate. And so standing here supporting and the follow through and that the council approves, well, I guess it's both agenda items for Mid-Penn tonight to see this progress, since we feel that Mid-Penn's been working collaboratively with the Carlton residents. So thank you, Mid-Penn, and thank you for listening, council.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is Pamela Jones.
Hello again. I want to acknowledge how hard Mid-Penn worked to address the concerns that we had in the neighborhood, and they came back multiple times, made the changes, and as Rachel Casey said, they were fully transparent with their process. And I really wanted to acknowledge them for that and to say a big thank you, because it made a really big difference since we got off to kind of a rocky start. But I do want to acknowledge that they followed through with everything that we discussed. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any discussion, or should we does someone want to make a motion?
Actually, I have a question.
Sure, Councilmember
for
Combs.
The applicant. So is there going to be a fence separating the property from the public right-of-way, the sidewalk?
So there will not be a fence along Willow Road as there is on Sequoia Belhaven. There's a security fence that deals with car entry, but no, not along the street.
So because I remember when Sequoia Belhaven came before the Planning Commission, and I was one of the people or the planning commissioners who expressed concern about the fence, specifically the height of it, which the architects at the time and Mid-Penn said that it needed to be that high. They needed a fence, and it needed to be that high for security reasons, which at the time I found suspect. But so in this situation, the fence has gone away completely. So give me some sense of why this situation is different, why we can sort of get rid of the fence completely. Well, with regards to the earlier project, it needed to be, I mean, I don't remember the exact height, but it's what I think is a fairly high fence.
Yeah, actually, that direction for both the fence and the initial Sequoia Belhaven and the lack of fence here really came from the residents who are living on site currently. Sequoia Belhaven is a senior development, and the residents currently living there felt very vulnerable having their apartments open to Willow Road. And so a lot of the impetus for the fence on that development came directly from that feedback from the current residents. There's not that same level of concern from the current residents on the Gateway site. Okay, yeah, why don't you go ahead?
Yeah. So real quick, we couldn't, on Sequoia Bellhaven, we couldn't pull the building as close to Willow Road, and so the parking is actually on either side of Sequoia Bellhaven, and in this situation, the parking is behind the building, so the building acts as the security for the site.
Okay, I want to take your comment, but can I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Can by a second? Do I have a second? All right, by acclamation, public hearing closed. Great. Councilmember Carlton.
All right. I love this project. I was really happy with the project that you did before, so I know the quality of the work that you do, and you're conscientious as you move forward. That, from what I've seen and also heard from the neighbors. We heard someone earlier today, whether it's multiple generations living in one house or multiple complete different families living in one house, we have a compaction of people living and working in Menlo Park that need the dignity of their own space to be able, for quality of life on so many levels. And I'm really happy that you're going to have a priority that everyone who's currently living there has the opportunity to move back when it's finished. I think that's really important. Of the 58 units that will be new, how many of those will be reserved with a priority for people living and working in Menlo Park currently? All of them?
So our intention is to maximize the number of those new homes that would be subject to the live-work preference. The only exception to that is that we intend to leverage funding from the County of San Mateo, and they require a set-aside for people who are formerly homeless. So there will be some small percentage of units set aside that wouldn't be subject to that local preference.
Sure. As I remember when we went through this before, correct me if I'm wrong, because things change, the percentage that the county gets or the state gets or whoever puts the funding in, it's down to percentage on how much money is given. So if we give 1 million, they give 1 million, it's 50-50. Is that still the case?
No, in this case, the county's requirements are much lower than that. So regardless of how much money they put in, they will require a certain percentage, typically about 10% of the units set aside for formerly homeless. And that's regardless of how much money they put in or the city puts in. And that's something that's a standard requirement in all county-funded projects.
Okay, that's fine. And I know that this council has even put forward, the intention of making sure that we take care of the live work. Can we then say, we have homeless people in Menlo Park. Can we say, I know it's hard to pin down who's homeless in Menlo Park at this point because by definition they're homeless. Is there any way to address the homeless issue in Menlo Park and make sure that these places are available for them?
I think that's an opportunity for collaboration between the city and the county, and we would like to work on that. The county requires that the homeless folks are referred through what's called the coordinated entry system, and that's a centralized county-wide referral system. Now, what we want to do, though, is make sure that the folks in Menlo Park who are homeless are part of that system, and that we're working with service providers that can make sure that they're in that system and can then be referred.
But the county has no bias towards helping people who are homeless in the towns where the house is available?
Because they're using the centralized coordinated entry system, it's sort of blind to geography. But I believe there's an opportunity for us to collaborate with the county on that and work together between the city and the county and Mid-Penn.
Okay, so 58, say 6 will go to the county. Are the other 52 dedicated with a priority for people living and working in Menlo Park?
That's what we would like to see happen.
That's not really an answer.
Well, it's up to the city to impose that local preference pursuant to the discussion back in July of 2017, and we support that.
Okay.
So we need the city to impose that, to make the findings and, take all of the steps necessary to impose that preference on us. And we 100% embrace it and want to do it.
Wonderful. Okay, so then that cuts down a lot of my further questions then. So it's not a matter of the percentage of how much we're putting in. At this point, the other 52, we can work with you to ensure that it's helping the target groups in terms of housing.
That's right. Yeah, whatever units we don't have to set aside for the formerly homeless pursuant to the county's funding, which we think is in that 10 to 15% range, the balance we would like to see go to that local preference.
Okay. Then my question for Mr. McClure, I knew you were coming.
Before you go there, I just want to say it's not just live work, it's the preference that was in the slide. And so that includes some former Bellhaven residents.
Right, displaced people that were residents of Menlo Park.
Exactly. But I just want to make sure that, to make sure that the record is clear, that it's the preference that was in the slide.
Okay. Then, Mr. McClure, am I able to make a motion that we approve the abandonment of the public right-of-way and the loan pursuant to, correct? Tell me how to word this. Pursuant to following the guidelines previously set forward on who gets to move into the homes.
Correct, and with direction to the city attorney and the city manager when preparing the affordability agreement, that we include the required findings to support the local preferences, the preferences to the Bellhaven neighborhood.
Excellent. So moved. What he said. Is everyone clear on that?
You want it to Bellhaven or Menlo Park?
I'm sorry?
Bill said
Sorry,
Bellhaven only.
Well, the preference that, if we go back to the earlier slide, it's the preferences that are established in 2017.
Okay, that's fine. I don't have an objection to that.
Is that, let me go back and look at that.
Yeah, I mean, that was what we established
Those who
in
live or work in
2017.
Menlo Park, displaced Menlo Park, Bellhaven. Yeah, that's fine.
So it's Menlo Park, not Bellhaven.
Yeah.
It's Bellhaven first, and then Menlo Park, and then a formerly homeless Ravenswood School District.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's where the opportunity for
I remember that
collaboration
in
is with the county.
2017. We did that, so that's fine. We can, so.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
And just so it's clear, so we did get a legal opinion, we jointly got a legal opinion from Goldfarb and Littman that kind of outlined what the requisite findings are that we need to incorporate into the documents in order to make this defensible.
Okay. I move that we approve these pursuant to the language that Mr. McClure put forward on ensuring the preferences as outlined July 18th, 2017.
All right, do we have a second?
Second.
All right, let's go and vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Excellent. All right, so we are going to go ahead, and I've been requested that we take a 10-minute break, so we'll take a 10-minute break and be back at 9:34. Okay, we're going to go ahead and bring the meeting back to order. Our next item this evening is item I2, reaffirm the Transportation Master Plan goals and approve the prioritization strategy for projects identified as part of the Transportation Master Plan. We have a staff report by Senior Transportation Engineer Christian Choi, who will present the report, and we'll go ahead and let you go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, Council members. I'm Christiane Choi, with a Senior Transportation Engineer with the city's Transportation Division, and I'll be going over the goals and proposed prioritization strategy for the Transportation Master Plan. So, I'm going to go over the project background and purpose, and then go into the goals and prioritization strategy, and then end with the next steps. So just to give a background, the Transportation Master Plan builds on the General Plan update that was adopted in 2016, and more specifically builds on the circulation element, which included a number of goals, policies, and programs, of which the Transportation Master Plan was identified as the highest priority program out of the circulation element. So the purpose of the Transportation Master Plan is twofold. It's both to update our bicycle development plan and sidewalk master plan, both of which haven't been updated in a number of years, as well as to identify transportation projects that are consistent with the community's values, and also to update our transportation impact fee program, which would help to fund these transportation projects. Also wanted to note that the Transportation Master Plan is going to be a living document, so it can be updated as our transportation priorities and conditions change. So just a status update of what we've been doing so far. The project was initiated in 2017. W-Trans was selected as the consultant team to work on the project, and the council also appointed a 11-member oversight and outreach committee to provide advisory input, and also to keep the project process on track, and to reach out to other community members to for their input and also participation in the process. We started out with community outreach, and over the past year, staff and the consultant team has identified more than 170 transportation projects to include in the Transportation Master Plan, and we've met with the committee numerous times, as well as the Complete Streets Commission, to get their feedback on those projects. So based on the community feedback at the community meetings, we have identified three main goals for the Transportation Master Plan. These goals are also consistent with the circulation element policies, as well as the goals of the Climate Action Plan. These goals include safety, which focuses on Vision Zero and eliminating traffic fatalities and reducing the number of non-fatal collisions by 50%. Sustainability, which is achieving the goals of the Climate Action Plan, including a 27% greenhouse gas emission reduction, as well as mobility choice, which is to design transportation projects that accommodate all modes and abilities and encourage the use of lower emission modes. So recently, the council has appointed 2 new members to the Oversight and Outreach Committee, Mayor Mueller and Councilmember Nash, and staff has met with these council representatives to give them an overview of the project status. And as a result of those meetings, we've heard feedback from Mayor Mueller about including a goal related to congestion management to the Transportation Master Plan. And so we've done some review of the circulation element policies, and there are 3 policies that include a reference to congestion management, either by minimizing cut-through traffic reducing regional traffic on city streets, and also providing transportation options. And so staff has come up with 3 possible options for consideration by the council. You could choose to affirm the goals as I had previously stated, or revise the current goals, including modifying one of the mobility choice goals to include some language about reducing traffic congestion and travel time. Or third, add a 4th goal, which focuses on congestion management, managing traffic congestion to reduce travel time on city streets and minimize cut-through traffic on neighborhood streets. So, as I mentioned previously, we had identified more than 170 projects for the Transportation Master Plan, and the feedback we received was that due to the large number of projects, it was difficult to understand how these projects could be prioritized. And so staff is recommending that we group the projects into implementation groups. Grouping the projects based on their timing for implementation as well as their cost. This would help to provide a framework for how the projects would be implemented and also provide a stronger connection between the TMP and the CIP process that is developed as part of the budget every year. So there's 5 main implementation groups. The straightforward projects, these are projects that are lower in cost and relatively easy to implement. And then there's slightly more complex projects that are less than $1 million but involve additional design or outreach. And then larger infrastructure projects, these projects are more than $1 million. We're going to likely need multiple funding sources. And then finally, regional projects that are located within the city, but the city wouldn't be the lead agency. These 5 main implementation groups do not include citywide projects, funded projects, or projects that we have already removed from the project list. So we've identified 7 criteria that we can use to prioritize each project. I did want to mention that the projects would be prioritized within their implementation groups so that there wouldn't be a competition necessarily from more straightforward projects competing for staff resources and budget compared to larger infrastructure projects or regional projects. And so the scoring system that staff has identified is based on the feedback we received both in the committee as well as the community engagement, as well as how the different criteria relate to the TMP goals. And so safety has the highest points of 20 points maximum. And then transportation, sustainability, greenhouse gas reductions, location to schools, and congestion management all have a 10-point maximum value. And then the sensitive population and green stormwater infrastructure criteria have a total of 5 points each. So each project could be could have a value of up to 70 points maximum. So if council chooses to modify one of the goals to include the wording of congestion management, staff is recommending that increasing the congestion management criteria by 5 points. So that would result in 15 points attributed to congestion management for a total of 75 points. Or if a 4th goal is added for congestion management, then increasing the congestion management criteria to 20 points for a total of 80 points. Following the decision from the council tonight, we plan to go back to the Oversight and Outreach Committee in April to review these project groupings as well as the prioritization process, and then host a community workshop and online open house in the May-June timeframe. At the same time, our consultant team is working on updating the traffic impact fee, and we plan to come back to the council for a study session on that. And then this fall, we're looking at adopting that fee program update, as well as reviewing the draft transportation master plan with a final adoption plan for the end of 2019. So just a summary of the potential options for consideration of the options for the goals, as well as how that might change the prioritization scoring is posted here. And then that concludes my presentation.
Yeah, so this is the first time I've seen the +10 and the +5, but Nikki, could you go ahead and, just so the public can see, we've gone ahead and Councilmember Nash and I have discussed an amendment to the amended. You're not quite in adopting it, but she's seen it and added to it. Amending the goal. So this is the suggested goal. And the reason why is because all of the goals are supposed to be read in my expectation was people would see those goals being read in concert with one another, not in conflict. And so when you see that, what it does is it reiterates the encouragement of the use of lower emission modes such as walking, biking, and transit, and prioritizing the safety of children, seniors, and the public. So we can go ahead and talk about that, and then we can also talk about the scoring that's being proposed tonight, whether or not it needs to be adjusted. But I did want to see people to see that the amendment to add that language in to put people at ease as to what the intent was. It was not to undercut the other goals, but rather to really express and capture the concerns of members of the community who are being severely affected by traffic congestion right now in the city. So at this time, we can go ahead and open it to public comment. First speaker this evening is Bill Barron.
I'd like to thank you for telling us about the amendment. It's a relief to hear it. What I didn't see, even with the amendment, though, is a exclusion of increasing capacity or throughput, such as by increasing speed limits. So I would urge you to give that consideration. I wanted to share something with you that I experienced when working with my neighbors to prepare input to the Transportation Master Plan Outreach and Oversight Committee. And I have in front of me here a draft letter summarizing a survey which we circulated through our local community and which went viral and picked up nearly as many respondents. And I don't know why it went viral or who did it, but one or more of the recipients of the original mailing sent it into the broader community. And just to give you an idea, I have here a list of the 17 streets that residents and households resided on. And most of these are from households rather than individual residents. There's Arlington Way, Berkeley Avenue, Blackburn Avenue, Cedar Avenue, Claremont Way, East Creek Drive, Gilbert Avenue, Greenwood Drive, Hermosa Place, Laurel Avenue, Lenox Avenue, Nash Avenue, Rosefield Way, Santa Monica Avenue, Valparaiso Avenue, Willow Road, and Woodland Avenue. So we didn't circulate it to all those streets. We circulated it to Willow Road, Nash, and Gilbert. 48 respondents, nearly half of whom I don't know. They endorsed several infrastructure changes, which we'll be presenting to the Oversight and Outreach Committee of the Transportation Master Plan. And they're all safety-oriented. There's a request for, my wife is donating her time. The pedestrian crosswalks, this is between Middlefield and Gilbert. Speed monitoring signs to calm traffic on Willow Road. Upgrading bike lane striping. Bulb out improvements to improve visibility. And speed humps to slow traffic. We have two problems on Willow Road. We got too much traffic and too little traffic that goes too fast. There are other ones which I won't mention just now. In addition, I want to mention something which I brought up at the December 6th meeting of the Transportation Master Plan Outreach and Oversight Committee, and that is that they have in the plan a flawed diagram of the street categories for Willow Road south of Gilbert. They liken the stretch between Middlefield and Alma Street as being a example of a mixed use area, which it's not. It's a residential area, except for the intersection with Middlefield. And likewise, they got the same problem with the stretch between Gilbert and Middlefield. So I brought this to the attention of the December 6th meeting, and I asked Council Member Carlton to place it into the record. I don't know if you had a chance to do that or not. So anyway, I just wanted to let you know you'll be getting a copy of this communication within the next day or two. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker this evening is Bianca Walzer.
Good evening, Mayor Mueller, members of City Council. I've served on the Transportation Commission and then the Complete Streets Commission for nearly 8 years now. I come to you tonight as just a private citizen, but I have spent a lot of time thinking about traffic and congestion and reading up and learning on it. So clearly defined goals really encourage cooperation and the wise use of resources. And the current goals of the TMP are clearly stated, and they're things that are achievable for the city of Menlo Park. We can reach our goals for Vision Zero and the Climate Action Plan by designing our streets and our projects to be safe and sustainable. Vision Zero is a bold goal, but it's a necessary one. We need our streets to be safe for all the users. And the Climate Action Plan is also a bold goal, and it's even more critical. The consequences of climate change will impact all of us, and we can't just pass that on to our kids to fix. Surface transportation is the single largest contributor to greenhouse gases in the Bay Area, and so we need to take really meaningful steps to improve our air quality. I was really pleased to see the clarification about congestion management and how that is defined tonight. But it's important to keep in mind that congestion is a function of economic activity. It's not really something that can be managed by transportation engineers. Menlo Park is in the middle of a lot of economic activity, and I think we kind of want to keep it that way. I remember that traffic wasn't really that bad in 2007 and 2008, and I don't think that we want to go back to a recession in order to have less congestion on our streets. For the foreseeable future, there's just going to be a lot of economic activity around us. We can't put up toll booths on Willow Road and on El Camino to keep people from crossing through Menlo Park. People will be driving through our city to get to and from their places of work and their homes, and Congestion is a regional issue, and it has to be tackled on a lot of different levels of housing policy and major infrastructure projects like Dumbarton Rail. And those are things that are far beyond the scope of the TMP, so I think that that's just something that needs to be kept in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is Pamela Jones.
Good evening again. I was thinking, do I have to say something about these things? And I realized that yes, I do, because there's so many of the issues on the agenda tonight that directly affect the quality of my life. I almost want to apologize for being here again, but it's not to complain. I really have some questions. But first of all, I want to say I was really glad to see these two pieces in here from the circulation element that says minimize cut-through traffic and high-speed traffic. Discourage the use of city streets as alternatives to or connectors of state and federal highways. Improve transportation options and reduce congestion, because I don't remember that part being part of the conversation when I was going to the, before they were the Complete Streets Transportation Commission. Anyway, so I wanted to know is if or how will the Willows and Belhaven traffic plans are incorporated into the TMP? Are they in here? Making sure that they're, because those were at a more personal level, and so they would address issues in a way that maybe the bigger level did not. And I also wanted you to note that Hamilton Avenue, which is going to have bike lanes on it, which is a really good idea because a lot of bikes are used there. But Hamilton Avenue is a major cut-through traffic street, and so I hope that when that's done, that a lot of attention is paid immediately to it to make sure that everybody is safe. So, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is Jackie Sebrian.
Mayor Mueller, before we continue, we'll need to do a supermajority. We can do it by acclamation to continue the meeting past 10.
I thought it was 11. It's 11. Yeah, it's 11. We'll keep going. It is. I appreciate it, though. Thank you.
Hi. So I'm Jackie Sebrian. I'm on the Transportation Master Plan Committee, though I'm here just as a resident of Belhaven and a person who works on the other side of Menlo Park from Belhaven. So a couple of things while I try to collect myself. First, I bought an electric bike. You've probably already heard it because I talk a lot about it. And so now I make my 4.5-mile bike commute across town every day. And I cannot say enough good things about the work that Parents for Safe Routes and the Complete Streets Commission have done, because my bike ride is mostly safe. I will say I still think cars go too fast. I still think they use bike lanes to go around left turners way too often, and they generally don't look for as many bikes as they should. As a person who also drives from the Belhaven neighborhood, because it still rains, and I'm not that avid, I recognize that the congestion is an issue, and I understand that we need to think about it. Like, a third of my 30 to 60-minute drive is getting out of my neighborhood. So I get it. Please don't add more lanes to Willow. You can't get them onto the Dumbarton Bridge any faster. It already is congested. We're already hemmed in by multiple lanes everywhere. I'm going to keep my time under. So just a quick thing. I'm going to reiterate what I think somebody else just said while I find it, is that a lot of these issues, I can't read this. So the priorities about safe routes and multimodal transportation are goals that the council can work with. Like congestion relief, to what somebody already said, is such a regional issue. Like, you can't stop Redwood City building houses, and we can't stop Silicon Valley from making more jobs. We can't expand the Dumbarton Bridge on our own. We can't build the Dumbarton Rail on our own, and we can't control housing prices that send teachers to the other side of the bay. So the council has little ability to affect real traffic, but what you can do is make our streets safer for the adults and the children who are using the bikes. I know parents who live 1.5 miles from MA, and they drive their kids because it's not safe. So if high school kids can't ride on our streets, like, that needs to be more points
than cars getting there faster, because those are people who wouldn't be driving otherwise. So thank you so much for all of that.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is Chris DeCardi.
Good evening. I'm also on the Transportation Master Plan OOC, but I'm speaking as a Menlo Park resident. First, I just want to thank Christiane and the staff. They've done an extraordinary amount of work in all of this. It's really complicated, and they put a ton of effort in, and I think should be recognized for that. Second thing is that the list, that 190 or whatever it is, that's a good list, and I completely support how that's been built and developed, and I think it achieves a lot of the goals that you've laid out. But I also think the congestion absolutely has to be in this mix. You all are representing the entire city, and our residents, the 30,000 or so who are not the couple hundred that are paying attention to, if you ask them, will say the congestion is critical in their lives and needs to be addressed. If not through this mechanism, then by what mechanism? So I completely support adding the goal. I like the language, and I think it should be in there. Now, the question is, how do you do the prioritization? And right now, you've got this wacky system that is a technocratic approach. I appreciate how it was built. If you're trying to take resources and then put them to put concrete and stripes on things, it would make sense. But that's not what we're talking about. We're actually talking about the vibrancy of a community, and we should be looking at these things around multiple goals being achieved the same way. So I strongly encourage you to think about a different way to rank and cluster and to prioritize how these things are getting done. You should be able to address these things in concert and not in opposition. To the question then about the regional aspect and what we can and can't control, that's true to a certain level, but there are projects you could look at, and there are ways that you need to investigate how Menlo Park can contain, retain, and get as much control of our own destiny as possible in that regional context. Now, I'm not an expert. I haven't looked deeply in this, but as an example, I would ask staff and I would ask the consultants to explore relinquishment. Explore getting back from Caltrans control of these key intersections at Bayfront, from Marsh, from Willow, from University, so that we have the option to decide how those are used. Right now, Caltrans will block anything that will potentially slow down or change access because of their priorities. The way through congestion is not going to be more lanes. The way through congestion is going to be able to control the amount of water coming into the bucket and to find ways to do that. I think if you go back and look at regional issues, you expand this list so that you can explore some of those mechanisms, that will open up opportunities for you as leaders to be able to balance the needs and the opportunities of our community, but also play a stronger role regionally so we stop getting dumped on by everybody because of our location. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker this evening is Adina Levin.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Adina Levin. I'm on the Complete Streets Commission, the Transportation Master Plan Subcommittee of the Complete Streets Commission, and the TMP Committee. And first of all, in commenting here, I want to thank Council for the compassion and empathy with the pain that our residents feel in terms of having to drive in traffic, which is a miserable experience, and wanted to call out, as we have these different goals, that there are many win-win solutions that can help relieve that pain of traffic, including Dumbarton Rail and Dumbarton Bus and carpool improvements that can give people choices to not have to sit in traffic. These are environmentally sustainable and address that goal. There are safety improvements. We talked about Willow and Newbridge earlier and how children need to be able to cross the street safely. The more kids can walk and bike to school, the fewer parents are going to be queuing up online and creating traffic. to get their kids to school. And also, we talked about earlier in Connect Menlo, mixed use, homes near jobs and services is a congestion solution, because even if someone is driving slowly, they are driving for less time. So I would encourage you to consider those win-win solutions. I really thank Mayor Mueller for really making clear that safety is paramount. And unfortunately, the scoring doesn't currently do that. So I would really encourage you either, like Chris Riccardi said, to rethink the scoring, or to make very clear in a motion that we're going to be no compromise on safety in Vision Zero and no compromise on environmental sustainability, because otherwise the scoring criteria does not do what I believe that your intent is. Lastly, in terms of the prioritization, the subcommittee has been working on an additional layer on prioritization that is like the routes. The Oak, the Bike Boulevard was really successful because it was a route. People could see how they benefited. The Burgess to Hillview is a complete route, and people can see how they benefit, and then they can make easier trade-offs. Do I need to remove parking if my kids can get safely all the way from here to there? I believe that this is something that's going to be coming forward in the community meetings through staff, and would encourage incorporating that into the prioritization as that is matured. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is Jen Willison.
Good evening, Council. I'm Jen Wallison. I'm also a member of the Transportation Master Plan, OOC, but speaking as an individual and as the leader of Parents for Safe Routes. I first want to say I did sit through the Connect Menlo study session, and I hear it loud and clear. Traffic, traffic, traffic. It's a problem. We want to fix traffic. Totally makes sense. My husband sits in the 101 traffic and gets off at Willow. This is not, to me, about leaving people in their cars to suffer. I also think that we share a value of safety. I've heard you all speak about safety before, and I really appreciate that. The key here is that the devil is in the details, and while there is some clarification on congestion relief management, we need to be really clear about the unintended consequences of some of the strategies that may fall under congestion relief and management. Some ideas about congestion relief management are really good, the Dumbarton Rail, signal timing. Others could come in conflict with safety, and I would love to see things coexist happily. But there are things like road widening, adding roads, designing intersections to allow car throughput over bike and ped safety that could make it harder for our kids. I was looking today at the Safe Route maps that are posted on the Safe Routes to School website, and it just illustrated to me how our kids are having to get to school. They've got to cross Willow, they've got to cross El Camino, Santa Cruz, Alameda de las Pulgas. We are asking a lot of our kids and families and everyone in our community just to get around town. So what I would ask is some type of policy overlay then, if we're going to add congestion management relief to the goals, and really clarify this no compromise of safety. That's my ask, and I would appreciate you being very specific about that. Thank you.
Next speaker this evening is Henry Riggs.
Council members, Henry Riggs, Lorelei Manor neighborhood. First of all, thank you to staff as well as council for putting this topic on the agenda about congestion management, and particularly in the proposal for it to be a goal. It was clear during the first 4 OOC meetings before the speakers got tired about, meeting number 7 and so forth, that the neighbors' primary concern was congestion relief. And it struck, I think, a lot of us that congestion relief was left as a subset of the three goals. In fact, I think where it was found under mobility choice, it was one of 9 goals. With the importance that this is to neighbors, it should not be buried as such. It does need to be elevated to a goal of its own. I do believe, and I have believed for a long time, that cities should promote walking. They should promote biking. They are good in multiple ways. But the word prioritize is different. That means choosing one of your kids over the others. And when you have 32,000 cars trying to take a route and you have 36 bicycles trying to take that route, priority should be a respected word. As for congestion relief for a suggestion, I would like to note that while the Dunbarton Rail can be put forward by Facebook and its partners, and with the help of the various Bay agencies, getting a short or near-term alternative is really up to Menlo Park. And this would be how to get the bus alternative to Dunbarton cars to get around the jams. We can do that, and indeed it's one of the TMP tasks if we can figure it out. I will end with just noting that I hope Menlo Park can apply the priorities after looking at the selection process, apply this summer with only one more TMP OOC meeting and with no consultants. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is Diane Bailey.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Diane Bailey. I'm a member of the TMP Outreach and Oversight Committee, but I'm here in my capacity with Menlo Spark, a community group focused on a zero carbon and sustainable future. I don't want to repeat what other speakers have noted, but I'll just express my support for the addition of a goal to relieve traffic congestion. I think it makes perfect sense, and as others have noted, this is something that's really important across the community widely. It's also a great complement to the existing goals of safety, sustainability, and mobility choice. I wanted to touch on the policy overlays that Jen Wellison suggested. This is something that's been discussed widely with respect to Measure W, the county sales tax measure to fund transportation. I think it's really important to, in addition to the scoring criteria, set some floors to make sure that none of the projects that get funded increase vehicle miles or car trips or greenhouse gas emissions or impact safety in a negative way. And that could be something added to the scoring criteria. I don't take issue with any of the scoring points. I think we just need to set some boundaries to make sure that none of the projects send us in a negative direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is Ken Kirshner.
Good evening. My name is Ken Kirshner. I'm a resident in Allied Arts and a local entrepreneur working on microtransit service for nearby commuters. I'm also a member of the Business Climate Leadership, which is an action team of the Citizens Climate Lobby. Citizens Climate Lobby advocates for the Energy Innovation and Carbon Dividend Act. This bipartisan emphasis on bipartisan bill has been introduced to put a $15 a ton fee on CO2 with a revenue-neutral refund to every household. If you're not familiar with this, there's more information available on the Citizens Climate Lobby. I wanted to share a recent announcement that the Silicon Valley Leadership Group has decided to support in principle the Energy Innovation and Carbon Dividend Act. The support in principle reflects their view that the Energy Innovation and Carbon Dividend Act is fundamentally sound policy, and they support all the major components of the bill. I'm here tonight to advocate that Menlo Park accelerate its leadership in sustainable commuting with the expansion of protected bike lanes, specifically Class 4 separation physically between cars and bike lanes. I'd like to encourage the City Council to add a public-private partnership program for safe routes to work so that commuters can be added to the Safe Routes to School program, and employers could provide a source of funding to fill in bike infrastructure gaps. According to traffic demand management principles, something like 50% of all trips are less than 5 miles. So think about that. That's an opportunity for cars not to be the principal vehicle used for those under 5 mile trips. The needle moves when we charge for parking, and it's a well-known fact that over 30% of commuters live within 5 miles of the workplace. They move there specifically to be close so they have a short commute. So I'd like to leave you with the thought that the needle moves when interested but concerned commuters feel safe. And that happens when bike lanes are physically separated, separating cars from their sustainable commuters. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is John Kadvani.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. John Kadvani from College Avenue. I'll just start off by saying I heartily agree with Chris DeCardi's comments in 2 ways. The real weakness of the scoring methodology that's being proposed going forward, and I'll say a little bit more about that. Other thing is, I'm so glad to hear him say, don't give up on the question of our ability to influence regional influences. That's what this is supposed to be about. That's what we should find out. Maybe the answer is 0, but let's find that out. Let's put it through the process. Getting back to the scoring process that's been provided, I've written so many emails, public and private, on this. I'm not going to repeat everything that's here, and I'll just, I think there's been a lot of, I want to make sure that it's clear, there's a lot of good work been done to date, but this can't be turned around and completed in a couple meetings, okay? We're talking about a public policy analysis involving public participation, considerable competing stakeholder values, and just the idea that, like, oh yeah, let's just throw 10 points here and 5 points here and 20 points here. Do you think that's going to really provide the kind of analytical mechanism or instrument and vehicle for public discourse that this transportation problem in Silicon Valley can provide? The answer is no. It won't really. You may muddle through it, but you will end up doing all the work, okay? So that's kind of where we're at. I hate being so critical. I really hate being put in this position. I'm really angry about this. This is the most wrapped around the axle project I've seen in 10 years of participating in the city. But I'm going to leave you with some positive ideas, which is, first of all, don't use these weights. Keep all these complex outcomes separate. Study them, rank them separately, analyze them, understand the outcomes, let people get used to them, okay? Then bring them together and compare them. Ask what those weights mean. Does it mean, like, if I have 2 projects worth 10 points, that's worth 1 project worth 20 points? Really? Maybe I can just split up those projects, get some more projects and get some more points. Does it work like that? If you don't understand it, I don't think it's you. I think it's the process. There are ways of doing this. It's not super complex, but it's not going to turn around in one meeting. The other thing I want to emphasize, okay, in addition to this weight, just forget about the weights for a while. The other thing is, define what safety means. There are about 3 different definitions, 4 or 5 going on. We're talking past one another. Sorry, thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is Katie Baruzzi.
Hi, Council. I have a lot of things I want to talk about tonight, and 3 minutes isn't going to cut it. So I'll start with the fact that I'm here because most recent California Office of Transportation Safety data had us ranked second out of 94 comparable sized cities. Not for being awesome, but that was second in traffic collisions and fatalities. 2 out of 94, that's not a good ranking. We were actually first when it came to bike collisions and also bike collisions for kids under the age of 15. We do have a high percentage of people who bike in our town. I know that there's some people who probably don't think that's actually a great thing and would like to see us get rid of some of the bike lanes we already have and make sure that, you know, we're making it safer by not having those people on the road. I'd like to see us go in a different direction on that. I'm also here because of an email I read that you guys did too from an 80-year-old woman who drives even though she really shouldn't be driving. She has impaired vision. She's really angry about the fact that she can't see pedestrians and cyclists very easily and hopes that we would all wear like really bright flashy things. But she's also kind of asking, I mean, she's trapped. She's someone who lives in a senior community on a 5-lane road next to another 5-lane road. We don't have good bike and ped infrastructure there. We don't have good public transit there. This is the legacy of some development policies and choices that we've made over the years, and I don't think it's a positive one. So I'm troubled by that, and I think when we talk about safety, I'm thinking about her. I'm thinking about her safety. I'm thinking about the safety of the people around her. I'm here because I've read about the inspiring transformation of Telegraph Avenue in Oakland, and I would really encourage all of you to read about that. It's really counterintuitive what you can do when you build a complete street. They actually took away a lane on a major thoroughfare, and they saw way higher levels of pedestrian and cyclist traffic on the street. They saw cars stopping for pedestrians where they hadn't been before. They saw reduced collisions. They saw increased revenue, like 9% up, which I think is more than inflation, so in the local shops. And that's what I think we should be driving toward. You guys know the science behind induced demand. I don't need to stand up here and preach to you. I don't want to see us widen our streets. I've seen that Henry has a different idea. I've read his emails to you. I think if we widen the route between 101 and Stanford, we'll get what we ask for, which is more people seeing Menlo Park as a valid way to get between Dumbarton Bridge and Stanford. And that doesn't serve our residents very well. So I hope that as you're thinking about the pain of traffic, that you're also thinking about our safety numbers, which are not good, and that you think about what we could be doing if we were looking at the most inspiring examples. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comment cards this evening? No. Bring it up to council. Who would like to go first? Council. I know, no one wants to go first.
We always used to fight to go first. Now it's dragging it out of us. Do you want to go first? I don't mind. Go for it. All right. First I want to say thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for the clarification. And I have people here. Is Chris DeCardi still here? Well, yep, Chris is still here. I think Henry's gone. A number of the people here were in all the meetings with us while they're on the committee or they're speaking. From the very, very first meeting, we talked about traffic congestion and how that couldn't be forgotten. Nikki, I'm so glad you're back. And I want to thank the staff for being in a difficult situation, because whenever you get groups of people together, you do have conflicting views on what complete streets means. Some people genuinely seem to think that complete streets means getting everyone out of their cars. Other people think it is making sure that everyone has equal flow and safety. So I know there was pressure. I was really frustrated with the TMP because we would have discussions, come back, and magically there would be choices for us that we didn't necessarily outline. If you look at the 4 goals that were outlined, those were probably the most illustrative of the conversations we had. Safer bike and ped, reducing delays in travel time, i.e. congestion, safe and convenient bicycle connectivity, and minimizing cut-through traffic. I think that better summarized what we discussed as a group than these 3. Safety, yes. Sustainability, we get that. Mobility choice, I always thought was just kind of odd. And someone pointed out earlier that there were like 9 different ways to describing that. Really, that was congestion. But it was congestion dealing with all these other things rather than just going straight forward and saying congestion. And honestly, we can get rid of mobility choice and just say congestion, or you can add congestion. But that was really where that came from, was the idea that if people are safe, sustainability is about getting people on bicycles and ped. So then saying it a third time is just redundant. It was an odd way of phrasing what we were talking about just on throughput. And yeah, it's going to be difficult, but you know, a lot of things, getting people to bike and ped more is difficult. A lot of what we do is difficult. It doesn't mean that we don't have the responsibility to address these things. How are we going to do this? It can be done through improving intersections, like roundabouts, improving traffic lights and their timing, traffic flow, as well as Dunbarton and the more major infrastructure projects. And I'm just looking at my notes. On the presentation, you talked about doing implementation groups. Can you put that up? I kind of have a problem with that because I worry that whether there are 3 or 4 priorities, that the priorities get dropped for the implementation groups. I would rather see within safety, here are the implementation group. Within this, having it divided out amongst the priorities, because I worry that we'll focus on one or another and forget one of the priorities, and in the process, the way that was outlined. And I encourage, I'm no longer on TMP, I encourage you all, if there's I think it's too simple just to have points. It's not that simple. There are too many moving parts. And how you go about to improve that is a longer discussion than we have here tonight. But just adding points makes it problematic. And I will leave that as my beginning comments. And go ahead, please.
All right, I'll just go ahead. So where I am on this is, so I'd note that even within the scoring, I see what you tried to do. First of all, I want to thank staff. So I want to thank professional staff. This is really hard. It just is. We gave you, in large part, almost an impossible project when the Connect Menlo was approved. And it's been very difficult to manage expectations, I'm sure. And what I've discovered in the short time I'm on the TMP is that when you talk about any of these goals or even criteria, people go immediately to the worst case scenario, the thing they don't want, and it affects the ability to actually have a discussion about criteria, because that's, in their mind, they're equating the end of the road with what could happen within the analysis, and I'm sure that makes it difficult on you guys. So I appreciate you trying to manage that and manage. And you've been very thoughtful with Betsy and I as we've tried to wrap our minds around what's happening here. So you're to be commended. The scoring system that's here has been in large part been influenced by discussions that we've had of trying to figure it out. With respect to the scoring system, and I'd note, like, I see what you did here in terms of safety in schools added together is 30, so it's still more than congestion. Like, I get this, I see transportation, sustainability, and greenhouse, those separated together equal plus 20. So I get you were trying to capture within the values that people were talking that had been conveyed to you, and I appreciate that. I do think what we should do personally is take the scoring system and actually send that to the TMPOOC in a study session with some advisory this evening from council of what we are thinking on it in terms of the values that are here. But I think it actually, taking the feedback that's come back this evening, I think it's worthy of discussion to figure out, is there another way that we can approach that or not? I don't have any problem doing that, as Councilmember Carlton has suggested, which I think is a good suggestion. I still do want to add the congestion management goal, because I think as Mr. Ducardi and speakers, it's my gut tells me that at the end of the day, this document is going to go in front of the city. And if that is not a goal of it that's included, it will fail in many people's eyes as a policy document from the outset, and it'll be criticized from the outset. And many of the goals that we will be attempting to achieve with this document will be undercut because it's not there. I didn't know it was, I didn't, and it's sometimes, I personally sometimes just don't catch on that it was going to have some loading to it. And so that's why I'm perfectly comfortable adding the language that we've added to amend that goal to give people peace of mind, such that when their mind goes to the worst case scenario, that we still have all those values in mind and are concerned about. But I do think that there are some projects that very frankly aren't going to invoke those issues, but potentially provide congestion relief, such as one-way streets. And when you're looking at the configuration of an area, I could see, closing a street, frankly, and putting in ballards, as they do in Berkeley. That actually does improve the flow because you have less people turning right in front of someone. There are different things that I don't want to preclude us from considering an attachment to a goal, or preclude that goal be there because it is invoking fear of what the worst case scenario might be if that goal exists. But I do think that there is quite a bit to discuss in terms of the scoring. So I'm happy to send that to the TMPOOC with everyone looking at these and going, I think what's really important tonight for staff is to say, are these the type of things that you would want considered in a scoring mechanism? Is there something missing criteria-wise that you're seeing that you would think would be? And I appreciate that your professional judgment in sharing these with us. If there's something that you think is missing in criteria, now's the time to let us know. But I think it'd be smart for us to go through that with you right now, that exercise. And that is where I am this evening. Councilmember Combs has his light on. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure. I'll just sort of chime in some of my thoughts, which are not organized and aren't going to lead with actual, at this moment, clear suggestions or direction. I would say with regards to the addition of the congestion management goal, it seems fine and sort of a duh to me. I think some of the opposition to me came across a little bit as tilting at windmills. I think that there was this concern for safety, which seemed a bit of a red herring. I did not see that as being somehow what was being attempting to be conveyed here in the addition of this priority as somehow mutually exclusive. With regards to, of all things, the safety of children. So I certainly could be in support of that addition as a goal. Again, when it comes to these individual projects, they're all going to be reviewed. It's not as if adding this as a goal then means that there are some projects that are going to sort of sneak by, like an additional lane somewhere that without this goal couldn't sort of sneak by. I would say I very much appreciate the grouping of the projects. I think, certainly I could quibble with some aspects of it, but these are lots of diverse, sometimes complex and complicated projects, and you have to start a process of organizing them. And so I very much appreciate the staff started the process of what are sort of ways that we can, we can group some of these projects. And I think that their effort here is admirable. With regards to the scoring, I think sort of my critique is the same or similar to some of the concerns that have been raised. It seems as though it's this kind of quasi or faux quantitative approach that provides some comfort of technicality that doesn't really exist. And for me, while I appreciate the grouping of these projects, the scoring is problematic because at the end of the day, these are political decisions, and that's not a bad thing, right? They are members of the communities, leaders in the communities, weighing lots of different things. And I think grouping these projects is one way of sort of isolating them out, so then you can sort of weigh and look at them in holistic instead of trying to rely on some scoring mechanism. I think just sort of looking at them more clearly as political decisions that need to be made by a city and prioritizations that need to be made by community members is better than overlaying what I see as a sort of faux sort of quantitative or technical mechanism, which I don't think clearly gets at, the ability for the community and for its leaders to prioritize, the projects that are priorities for a lot of reasons that may not fall into a very specific scoring mechanism or matrix. So again, those are just my thoughts as we sort of try to then hone this into something that we would vote on.
So in full fall on my sword, I worked with staff to try to flesh out this idea of the scoring system. And I don't think they'd ever say that, but I did, and it's not working. And I think that having a study session to try to figure it out is worth it. But I don't want staff to take the full brunt of that. Councilmember Nash.
So I guess my first question on all of this is what we can actually accomplish, because I think that traffic is absolutely one of the top priorities across the city. I don't think anyone would disagree with that. And whatever we can do to relieve, not whatever we can do, there are certain things that we can do to relieve congestion that would certainly be welcomed, and to the extent that we can relieve congestion, that is welcomed. But I think that to some extent to your comment, Councilman Member Combs, one of the issues with with congestion relief is the whole idea of widening roads. And the idea of widening roads, which then people especially are more vulnerable, students and seniors need to cross a wider road. That is a huge safety concern. And that is where one of the big concerns of congestion relief comes from, is wider roads, more higher speeds, things such as that, and also at the detriment of some of the, for example, putting in protected bike lanes, as one of the speakers was talking about. So that is the big concern. So I guess what I'm concerned about is what we can actually deliver on and what expectations we're setting for the community, because I do believe that much of congestion relief is regional. And so I'd love to find out what others think about setting this as a goal, which the community then has greater reason to expect, and how can we deliver? Can we deliver? I don't know whether I should ask staff or other council members, perhaps, please.
Well, I think the the congestion relief kind of bucket of projects. So the first thing I think is worth pointing out is we have very few projects that accomplish just one goal. So there are many of them will check multiple boxes. And so as we think about how to categorize them for prioritization, I think whether if we talk about something like adding new crosswalks to an intersection where we've gotten requests for safety improvements, that will certainly check a safety box. It will also check a number of other boxes that we'll need to then figure out kind of how to bucket those together. And then specific to congestion relief, I think I would agree with a number of the speakers that from a regional perspective, we might not be the lead agency on these projects, but without the city's support, they're unlikely to kind of move forward. And so we don't want to lose sight of those regional projects. The reason we put together the implementation groups that we've proposed is we're trying to segregate out the projects where the city may be more in a support role or an advocacy role versus ones that we have control over. And so we wanted to try and distinguish those would compete for kind of city resources in different ways. Understand that there may be some that have very successful win-win outcomes across different categories and goals as it relates back to the TMP. But as we're trying to kind of build that transparency link between the work we're doing here in the TMP and a number of the comments we've gotten throughout the council goal setting processes and the tie to the capital improvement program going forward, that's how we came up with this kind of implementation group's proposal. So I think from a congestion relief standpoint, there are very few projects on our list, if any at this point, that solely serve a congestion relief benefit. So I think, granted, we might get additional suggestions through the community outreach process, and those we'll have to kind of vet as we go forward. But the list as it stands, I think there's very little that only kind of check that box. So if that answers your question, but
do you? I guess the question is, do you think that residents will, my concern is that residents will not actually experience congestion relief when we're done, partly because, as you're saying, the projects actually have many different goals, congestion relief being one of them. And the other issue is we're also having many developments come online, and so we're going to be having more traffic. And so even things which are providing congestion relief at the time, actually, as we get more jobs online here, and obviously housing will help, but as we get more jobs online, it actually may be helping, but people won't experience that and then may therefore be disappointed. And I don't know that that's I guess I'm just sort of stating that as a concern, just how will we evaluate this? How will the whole plan be seen when it's actually upfront as a goal as opposed to one of the outcomes? Because what we had been talking about is not actually changing the projects that are there, just adding it as a goal. Yeah, we're adding. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I mean, so here's the thing is that, number one, the transportation management plan isn't like a static document. So everything's temporal, right? So every project that you're ever going to have is temporal. So what may relieve traffic congestion today, 30 years from now, may not relieve it anymore, right? Like, I mean, it's kind of like the, and then a project may come up that is regional that is going to do it, and that when we go ahead and actually go through the grading of the projects in whatever manner we come up with it having as a goal may have some effect on that. The question would be in relationship to others, what that is, and that's something we'll have to talk about. But I think that at the end of the day, whether or not it increases the expectation sort of ignores the fact that it already is the expectation. People already have that expectation that whatever transportation management plan that we're going to come with is going to address the issue of congestion in the area, and we had that expectation at the time the Connect Menlo process took place and embarked on the Transportation Master Plan. I think that expectation already exists, and I think what the public expects from us, no matter what, is to try. So, and so with that, I think it really belongs as a goal.
I agree, but I'm hoping we're not just trying. I hope what we do actually has impact.
Well, that's exactly right. Right? I mean, but that's my argument to those who'd say it isn't going to make any difference anyway. I'd say, well, we better try. I actually do want to try to achieve that goal. And I think we can achieve that goal. I mean, I think there are goals. I think there are projects that we're going to see congestion relief for along corridors. So, Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you. I have a few questions. So are there TMP projects that will address congestion relief?
So there are a number of projects that do have congestion relief benefits. We can go through and kind of pull out a more complete list, but just off the top of my head, a number of the regional projects that we've talked about do have congestion relief benefits. Those are the Dumbarton Rail Corridor, the idea for a more freeway-like connection along Bayfront Expressway, as well as the bus on shoulder lanes that we talked about earlier during the Connect Menlo study session. So that's a regional project that MTC is in the lead on. So those are three examples. We can certainly go through and follow up with you on the detail and the 170 plus projects on the rest of the list. But,
not right now.
Right.
With the Freeway Connect, is that the flyover that the Dumbarton Corridor is proposing?
So the Bayfront Expressway itself wouldn't be elevated, but it would include interchanges and flyovers at the intersections with University and/or Willow, Choco, and Marsh, and the 101 connection. Yes.
And so by adding this policy to the TMP, my concern is because I don't support the flyover because of where it's going to be located. So if I support traffic congestion relief, but I don't support flyovers, does that make a difference at this moment?
So I think from a policy perspective, we would generally want direction on what the overarching goals are. If you have concerns about a particular project, we should address those kind of in respect to that particular project as we go forward. But I wouldn't suggest that we modify the goals in order to achieve a particular outcome on one project at this point in the process.
Okay. I have one, well, I probably have a few other comments, but I'm going to try to keep it to one. A big concern of mine is we're prioritizing bicycle access, and I look at the 4 goals, and 2 of those goals include bike mobility or bike safety. And so, and for me, I don't know what the percentage of Menlo Park actually ride a bike, but I always like to prioritize pedestrian safety, and that's only, out of the 4 goals, it's only listed once. And so a part of this mobility choice, increase mobility options to accommodate people of all abilities by reducing traffic congestion and travel time by encouraging the use of lower emission modes such as walking, biking, and transit. And speaking specifically around District 1, which is Haven Street, and I know that's one of the streets that's listed to have a project done because mobility is really not as accessible as other areas of Menlo Park. So I don't see, to me, I don't see the need for the language. That's my personal opinion. Doesn't make sense. If you don't have any other way to get where you're going, encouraging somebody to walk or bike, it just, from personal experience and then even listening to people that live in certain areas of Menlo Park, it's just not an option for where they're going. It's not an option. And there's no one bus or one shuttle that's going to take them there, or one road that they can ride there, or one road that they can walk on. It just for some areas of Menlo Park, this doesn't make sense.
Councilmember Nash.
I haven't seen exactly where it says bicyclists and not pedestrians, but generally I would absolutely support making sure that pedestrians are included whenever it's as part of the mobility. Everyone who gets out of their car is a pedestrian, or almost everybody. And, I guess, can you tell me how this would, again, I'm not sure which way to look. Thinking of the Willow Middlefield intersection, can you talk to me about how this would be affected with congestion relief as a goal?
Right, so the Willow Middlefield intersection, there's a number of different elements to the project as it's currently defined. On the let me get the direction correct. The southbound approach of Willow is you're headed kind of towards Burgess Park. Currently, there's a right turn lane that's separated by a pork chop island. We would eliminate that pork chop island like has been done at the other corners of the intersection. Kind of tighten up that turn radius, which is the kind of technical language for the tightness of the turn, so the amount you have to kind of slow down to make that right turn. That's a benefit particularly to pedestrian safety, which shortens the crossing and makes it more visible for people walking across the street. And so just as some background, that's the general scope of the project. The modifications before you tonight in terms of the goals and the prioritization criteria as it stands wouldn't by itself modify the definition of that project. But if there are congestion relief benefits and you decide to increase the scoring attributable to congestion relief, then it could bump that project up in the prioritization process. So our consultant has currently evaluated that proposal to determine if it has a positive or negative impact on the delay at the intersection. So we'll be kind of working through that kind of technical analysis to support any of the quantitative scoring if we end up going that direction. So we'd have kind of backup that would reinforce the scoring, that we're not going to just say, oh, this generally should reduce congestion, and so we're going to give it 7 points out of 10, that there's some backing for those
My
rankings.
concern actually was that it might be demoted because it would help safety, but that it might not be seen as efficient for moving people as having the right turn lane as it currently exists as opposed to the pork chop. And that's one of the areas where I think that's an excellent safety feature to be adding that, and I'd be concerned about having that change. So I guess my question is, I don't know how overlays work that were discussed in the but is there some way we could agree on some sort of safety overlay, or how can we? I'm looking for some confidence that.
Well, the amendment prioritizes safety still. It says it prioritizes safety in the amended language, and what we can do is we can go ahead and see, would you be open to seeing if we could figure out some sort of overlay language in the, my concern is we're starting to run now near the 11th hour. Is that okay? This document isn't going to be done tonight. So
I think just one point of clarification that we want to make relative to the schedule. So we're happy to bring something back to the TMP Oversight and Outreach Committee in the April meeting that we have scheduled for a more detailed discussion about prioritization. That does mean we're unlikely to hit the May target for the community outreach process. So we've heard loud and clear, do it right, not fast at this point, but just wanted to put that out there in terms of an impact to the schedule that we'll need to kind of work through on our end and with the consultant.
Would that affect the TIF update?
No. So at this point, we've kind of what was the word I think bifurcated the process. So the TIF would continue to move forward with the current project list as defined, and ultimately we would be on a separate track.
I would like to say though that like after we send it to the TMP and we figure it out there and discuss it there, I do want to bring it back for an action item as if we were doing it tonight and get it behind us. So, and I think we owe it to you guys too, to get us to where we need to be. But that certainly is the intent. So with that, guys, could we entertain a motion? Councilmember Nash.
Do you need more clarification about the process? Because I would support reviewing the point system. And how we can do a better job of that whole process.
Yeah, so I'm just going to make the motion. My motion is going to be to accept the amended language on the new goal, and then that the prioritization would be going back to the TMP OOC for discussion there in terms of how to go ahead and so like at the TMP OOC process there would be a discussion of different prioritization approaches. Mr. Bergeros.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, one of the changes that we made to the work plan development this year was to look at the accumulation of all of our capital projects and for staff to go through and do a relative weighting. It's not scientific, admittedly, but it takes into consideration a number of the factors that influence our ability to get work done. If the council would so give us the opportunity, we'd like to take to the OOC a preliminary sort of prioritization for their feedback and input, and to better understand, to have something to react to. Our big one concern that we have is the impact that this has on the calendar, as Ms. Nagaya has outlined.
What's your guys' impressions? So I think there's differences. I'm really interested to hear yours. For me, it's just more information to be considered. It's professional staff judgment. So I don't have a problem with staff saying what they think. But I'm curious to hear what you guys think. Councilmember Nash.
Bluntly, I'm not sure it's worth the time, staff's time to do it, because I think that we'll probably be changing it. Perhaps for a few projects it would be worthwhile. I guess how much confidence do you have in that system, I guess, is a question.
So the way we categorize the capital improvement projects as part of the goal setting outreach was to kind of break them into 3 tiers with a set of general criteria talking about the ones that came in first kind of go out first, and a number of other criteria. And so I think that could be applied here, but if we're applying it to a list of 170 projects, 3 tiers, quite frankly, isn't going to be enough. And so I think we need some additional stratification, but I think we can take that principle and apply it to potentially some samples, or just come up with potentially some high-level other options for prioritization processes.
This would be something you did not a consultants, right? This would be our own internal staff doing this work?
Yes.
I guess going back to a discussion that we had I wasn't on the TMP OOC at the time, that the TMP OOC had was putting it into routes rather than, so that you're prioritizing routes rather than 173 items.
So we've currently been working with the Complete Streets Commission Transportation Master Plan Subcommittee, as well as our consultant team, to provide essentially a layer in our public outreach process where through the online open house that Christiane described, we'd be able to allow a community member to kind of say, I'm interested in the route between, say, Burgess Park and downtown. And so you could select that route, and it would highlight all the projects that are on that route. And so you would be able to see kind of those clustered together and then determine if those projects are something that you're interested in supporting and kind of validate our prioritization process. So we haven't kind of taken the projects and listed them into routes. It works well for a certain subset of the projects, and others that, particularly those that aren't related to bike safety, if you have a crosswalk improvement or a signal modification that needs a different skill set from an implementation standpoint, makes it harder to kind of bucket those together from a resource standpoint. So we've tried to kind of layer that route criteria on top without categorizing all 190 projects into those routes as we've been working with the subcommittee to develop them.
Okay. I mean, I guess I agree with you that staff judgment,
All
whether
right.
it's worthwhile doing or not.
You good with that?
As long as it goes back with TTP.
All right, so then I'm going to make a motion that we add a new goal to the TMP under congestion management, manage traffic congestion to reduce travel time on city streets and minimize cut-through traffic, including the encouragement of the use of lower emission modes such as walking, biking, and transit, and prioritizing the safety of children, seniors, and the public. And then additionally, that we were going to send to the TMP OOC the prioritization process that staff will present various alternatives, including staff recommendation of an approach to go ahead and rank those projects, then to return back to us for a final vote.
Mayor Mueller, you had two suggestions. Did you mean the revise the current goal to incorporate reference to congestion management and adding the new goal on page?
No, it's the third one. So it's a new goal,
Okay.
and the new goal is.
And what about point two? Were you going to put that forward too as well?
No, well, they're separate approaches. So there's
Okay.
1, 2, and 3. And what I'm what I'm saying is 3. It's a separate goal.
Okay.
And the new goal amendment is congestion management, manage traffic congestion to reduce travel time on city streets and minimize cut-through traffic, including the encouragement of the use of lower emission modes such as walking, biking, and transit, and prioritizing the safety of children, seniors, and the public. I have a second. All right.
Can I make a friendly amendment?
We have a second. Sure.
Can we add that we will investigate a safety overlay?
The third, sure. So a third component of the motion will be investigation of a safety overlay. But we're kind of, that's fine. We're hitting safety over the head a lot. But
I guess one of the issues is we're supposed to have a pedestrian and bicycle plan and a sidewalk plan come out of it. It's two of the goals of the TMP, so that that's why there's so many of the bike ped infrastructure projects.
I'm fine to investigate as part of the motion, but I just would note that 2 of the goals specifically say now that encouraging the use of lower emission modes such as walking, biking, and transit, and then safety's been our highest rate. Like we got it. It's definitely in there. So
thank you.
No problem. Thank you. I appreciate the concern. Let's go ahead and vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, now, the next item tonight, and I think is information items, and we have a request, and I apologize, but we have a request to go ahead and move the Belhaven Branch Library Space Needs Study discussion to our next meeting. So I apologize to staff who's probably waited to that. But is everyone in agreement for that? There's questions on it. It's past 11, so we want to talk about it next time.
If I may get some clarification, this is scheduled to come to the council on April 16th. Are we combining that as an information item?
So
we're not
is there
asking
any-
council for direction.
Are there any there's no council answers for, that's fine. Then if there's no questions for clarification, I can come to us at that meeting. So,
There is a public comment on this item.
is there a comment on that
Yes.
tonight? Okay, is Ms. Sebrian still here? Did you want to comment on this item? Okay, so we're going to go ahead. Excellent. So for the record, Ms. Sebrian said it should go forward. So if there's no other comments on it.
The only comment, I got some feedback that people were concerned that the Spanish speaking, although it did go out in Spanish, that there wasn't, they wanted to make sure that that portion of the residents were really heard. And that meetings had translators, which apparently I'm hearing didn't. And they want to feel as included as every other resident. And I'll follow up with staff on that. But I just was going to share that feedback I got.
A notable concern. Thank you, Councilmember Carlton. Any other comments? No? Okay, so we're going to move to item J2, update on the Willow Road and US 101 interchange construction, upcoming traffic changes, and upcoming landscaping project. Is there no one here from Caltrans?
No one here from Caltrans. We've had a number of conversations with them, so we can share an update, but we'll be continuing to work with them to try and resolve the issues around the sound wall, particularly on Bay Road and the Heritage Place.
Councilmember Combs.
Yeah, and just the issue is that there is a portion of the sound wall that in theory won't be along Bay that won't be rebuilt, correct? And this is a concern that it's not rebuilt now, and it seems as though this is to some degree something close to the final state, not completely the final state, right? And we've gotten emails from residents and Flood and sort of the Cimarina Oaks area, and specifically from that condo townhome complex right as you turn from Willow onto Bay.
Correct. The one point of clarification who want to make sure is clear to the council is that the sound wall that's been constructed is the same extent that was there before, but the issues with the removal of the trees and the rebuilding of the off-ramp at a higher elevation, the concern is that the sound wall should have been extended. The only point of clarification I wanted to provide is that from what we've heard from Caltrans, their perception is they've replaced what they removed, and we'll continue to try and work with them to find a solution with the Heritage Place residents, but it will be an ongoing dialogue.
And just really quickly, sort of like what would a possible solution look like?
So what they've currently proposed is the installation of a fence and then some additional privacy screening from 500 feet from Willow Road kind of back towards the freeway. So that would kind of capture the area adjacent to the residents in that particular complex. What we've heard from the residents so far is that that's not enough, and so that's where we're kind of in this in-between with Caltrans at this point. So we're working to set up a time where we can bring Caltrans representatives directly to the residents and kind of have that discussion with them kind of on the ground.
And just one final question. Has the city staff made an assessment about whether it is actually possible to continue that sound wall? Because there's some very sort of interesting things happening, like there's the ramp there, and it's different from where the sound wall has been built to. So, like, does it like sort of exist as a real sort of structural possibility? I know that at the moment Caltrans is saying that they don't want to do that, but does it exist? Has the city staff made an assessment about whether that actually can be done?
So the sound wall, we think it's possible to extend towards Willow Road. That I think the point that will become challenging is how to actually build it. And so it may be more expensive than a traditional sound wall that's at grade. You have to build the foundations in order to have the right structural support. And because that ramp is elevated, you may need to actually build the sound wall behind the ramp, and there's only about 2 feet of Caltrans right-of-way remaining. But theoretically, something should be possible, but we'll need to keep working with Caltrans in order to kind of get through that process. It will definitely be a lot of back and forth, and we may need to bring the newly reestablished 101 Willow Subcommittee back into the mix in order to advocate for particular solutions. But at this point, we want to try and work through that engagement process with Caltrans and the neighbors directly.
Any other questions? Councilmember Carlton.
Just for the record, we've discussed it amongst the three of us. Also continuing to work with them on the striping and to prevent the weaving. I was actually on the road yesterday and saw it happening.
Great. We will keep that on the radar as well.
Thank you.
I have a comment.
Mayor Pro Tem Taylor.
Thank you. Something nice to say about Caltrans. During that subcommittee meeting, I asked to have some of the paving done so that there's not these huge holes in the road, and they actually did it. So thank you, Caltrans.
Great, excellent. Are there any, I think there's no more on that, so I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thanks for staying so late. Are there any other city manager's report? No, council members' reports. Councilmember Nash.
How about I report next time?
What works? That's great.
I have a couple.
Councilmember Carlton.
Sure. I have a question that's been hanging since the very beginning. We had a grand jury report come to us and talk about the way ventilation works in apartment buildings and the way someone here can be smoking and nearly killing newborn babies, people with asthma, smoking marijuana, and having that affect the people upstairs who have kids trying to do their homework. And they highly suggested in this grand jury report that we restrict people smoking within their home, within the apartments, that they go in the driveway or something like that. It was supposed to go to, and this goes back to one of the speakers, it was supposed to go to our planning commission, and then everybody got busy and somehow it fell through the cracks. Just direction to staff. We did actually say it was something we wanted to look into, and I know it seemed to have fallen through the cracks. Now we have this poor guy who has 2 kids that are being impacted, as well as many number of other people who don't have the time or wherewithal to come with us. It's a real issue, and I would like to see it come before the Planning Commission and keep going through the process and have that not lost along the way, if we can. Remember when we banned rodenticide in city land? That's actually now a bill for the state.
Oh, that's great.
And if you want, I can bring that forward. You guys can look at that. I'm leaving tomorrow. I'm on the environmental committee for the California League of Cities. And I'll bring back to you guys what we're looking at, what we're doing on that, but I'm just letting you know. Been working on that. And then I had AT&T ask to speak to me. I assume they're also asking to speak to the rest of you over what seemed to me a complete non-issue, which was putting a node in for something on Sandhill Road. However, I've looked into this, and as 5G requires smaller footprints, so it's going to be a thing. It will come before us where they want to put more nodes in to support 5G development. The way it was done in San Jose, they did a deal with AT&T and Verizon and such that when they put it in, they upgraded the lights to LED, so it helped pay for itself. But they also provided free internet access to all of the children who qualified for free and reduced price lunch. That's an easy way of kind of easily, without staff effort, coming up with a list of the people who should qualify. And we talk about quality in education. Not having access to the internet at home to do your homework is a huge detriment. And I was just going to throw it out there, since we're all on the dais and I don't have to worry about the Brown Act, that as this comes forward, to keep that in the back of your head, that as we roll out a lot of these technologies, it's not just the technology, it's also the public-private partnership. It's how we work with these companies to make sure that we bring forward the best benefit possible for our residents. And I'll provide more information on it as it comes up, but I was just letting you guys know that that's out there.
I haven't heard from AT&T.
I haven't heard from AT&T, but I believe I have some inkling that it's actually been an issue of putting more cell towers in Palo Alto, so I think we should evaluate it before we, anyway, it was, I believe, somewhat controversial. Does anyone?
Yeah, I haven't had any reach out from them at all.
I'm sorry, I haven't had any reach out from AT&T. I'm just thinking that before we get too excited about it, I think we should make sure that we...
It's going to be. That's what I'm saying. It'll come before us. But I'm just saying, as it comes before us, don't let me forget, now that I'm thinking about it, that this can also be something to help education. When it comes forward, I don't know, but it's coming.
Have you guys heard about it? Yeah? Okay. Well, very good. That'll be interesting. All right, with that, we can go ahead and any other comments? We can adjourn the meeting. Meeting adjourned.